own story if you're telling this story, and I think that for what it's worth, this is.
Hello. Okay, we have joined the stream again.
I reserve the right
I'm going to put my
judgment later. I am
background watchers here as
right now. I'm about to jump into
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird otherwise. I'm watching stuff in the background, and I don't want people to be like, "Hey, why is that just background noise?" You know.
very excited to
I hope Bife doesn't mind. I swear I'm not milking this as like reaction content. Wow. Oh, wow. Anyway, hi. Thanks for stopping by. Please say hi as I can't see viewer counts.
So, let's get ready. I have more videos and more lore and more things coming up in the channel.
Send.
There is your
I'm actually gonna put back on the complete story of Destiny 2. Oh man, what a beautiful voice! So today I think I will just be messing with I haven't loaded Unity on the worst. Today I'll just be messing with some more, I don't know, eye animations, a few fixes in that regard. And then I'll see where I go from there. I still haven't done like a proper build, so maybe I'll do some sort of build, some sort of test. Yeah, just very basic things to make myself feel productive. And I don't know, hopefully gym at some point, or maybe tomorrow. I've missed like 2 days now. 2 days, 3 days? 2 days, I think. But still, no excuse.
A place we had never been to. A place we would know one day as the
the EDZ. I love that. That whole like finding the shard of the Traveller thing was very fun. And you just get power from that one shard. I still don't really get why there was power in that shard over just the regular Traveller. The start of Destiny 2.
We had to choose the only option that was available to us. In this state. And so we fled.
Lord.
For weeks we trekked across
I need to have a call with the food hygiene people so I can start selling food. So I might do that at some point.
We saw a familiar sight. A hawk.
Jesus, this is taking a while to load.
We followed it.
Compiling script compilation, running backend. Any minute now. This is why I usually open this first because it takes ages. Completing domain. Is that because I have so many files to load? Good old Hawthorne. Whatever happened to Hawthorne? She's still just chilling in the tower. Can we still go here? Because I remember we went back here. I don't know if it's a permanent place. The farm or whatever.
She instructed us to follow our vision with caution as the area.
Alright, here we go. Oh, back.
Had been converted into a dark
last time I was messing with the eye. I need to put Blender as well, don't I? Yeah, last time I was messing with Blender. Floating eye now has. It should have multiple animations. Maybe it's because. It could be because. Oh. Actually, it doesn't count, so we go re-import.
We were not empowered in the same way as we had been. But once again, we were blessed with immortality, and we could wield the light as a weapon once more. Our newfound powers would
import animation.
The Red War. We were the only guardian in existence to have recovered our light, but we had to make the most of it.
So we have focus, which is this. That seems to work. Awkward. Idle? Idle seems to work.
We picked up a transmission from Zavala.
Just kind of looks over to this corner suddenly.
Forces to rally on Titan. When we ventured there, we found the remnants
of 2, which is kind of a little twitch.
Were infested with Hive, and we would have to secure the platforms before we could properly reunite with Zavala. After doing so, we would be able to take our first steps against.
I want to do it like even. I want to do that even sooner. To be honest, sooner, like more
Legion transmissions, using one of the Golden Age
more
CPU
thing.
cores from within the arcology.
More.
We'll be able to decode those transmissions and discern the best way
Idle
to
2,
strike back.
Idle 1, Idle 2.
It was also there that we discovered one of the deepest recesses in the lower decks of the arcology, just
one.
as we acquired the CPU core.
Yeah.
We stopped and saw a giant looming shadow just outside of the observation deck.
Maybe I move this to
large in Titan's oceans,
like over here.
the likes of which we had never seen. This was
Instead of here.
the first time we had seen Asa,
Oh,
the proto-hive worm god that had escaped the witness of
Let's go.
Fundament. Though we didn't know it at the time, we were beholding one of the greatest signs of hope that we would ever lay our eyes upon. We didn't have time to marvel at her passing, though. We had to escape with the core. Unfortunately, the secrets it decoded left little good news. Along with the cage, the Red Legion had brought another massive construct with their fleet. A space station.
Press I there. I'm going to drag these over there.
This station was capable of devouring planets, but it did so for an even more destructive purpose. Using its core weapon system, the Almighty could be used to cause a star to prematurely go super.
Very early. Am I early? I've started at 10. As in, oh, you're early to the stream. Yeah. Well, only because I was supposed to start 4 hours ago, and I've been very lazy.
Zavala's resolve wasn't broken.
How are you doing, Simultaneous? How is your Thursday? I like how to check my watch to see what day it is. Destiny 2 is ruining my life.
Go and find the other fighting members of the Vanguard.
God. What are you up to today?
With the CPU in hand, we were able to intercept various other
Nice.
signals from around the system.
You don't seem very committed. Doing fine, I suppose. We're all ears here. You can chat. It's a safe space.
Drew us to a planetoid
I
called Genesis.
have been smashing out Destiny. Met it crazy today. That's always fun. Was it a fun crazy or was it a unsettling crazy? I met a crazy a while back, but it was like a very interesting and deep conversation. I feel like I've got this dragging too long. I should probably go back here. So like you go boom, boom, and he look, slides back to normal. That's a pretty cool animation, I think.
Short range, but still capable of being used within the lost city to get close.
Not a bad animation, if I do say so myself.
That was Cade's plan.
And I do, because no one else is. We are doing more Evil Eyes. Well, it's the same Evil Eye, but I want to add animations to it. So I've got a focus animation. So like when it finds a target, it's going to be all bleh, which I think is quite cool. And when it's idle, it'll just have a few like just. Usually it just hovers up and down. But occasionally I'll have an animation that it'll have an animation that's like bloop, and it returns to normal. And also one that's a bit I think I'm gonna do it move these even closer, to be honest.
In the wake of the traveler, the Red Legion were draining water. We had to prevent the Red Legion's sacrilege, and in the process we also discerned their plans. They weren't just draining the light so that they
Maybe that was a bit too much.
Having it. They were trying to take the light for themselves. The taken population on Io.
See, I kind of want it to like, you know, go a bit nuts. I think that's a cool looking animation. I could probably do something like this with the curve editor, but I didn't.
Savathun, the Witch Queen, showed her hand for the first time on Io. Her forces marshalled and kept a watchful eye on us as we did what our work demanded, though we wouldn't know the Witch Queen's purpose until far later. Suffice to say, her observations of the Cabal and the Guardians fighting over light now make a lot more sense.
That's pretty cool.
Ikora was starting to formulate a plan, even though she had only been back with our fire team for a brief amount of time.
So it's just chilling for a while and then it goes bleh. I'm also watching the entire lore history of Destiny 2 in the corner, so I was gonna leave that video off. I hate like reaction content, always feels so cheap, but I mean no one's watching this anyway, so I get like a few viewers every now and again. And this way it lets me show what I'm hearing, opposed to people just being like, hey, what's he listening to? Dinner time already? I always forget what hour people work out. See you soon!
The Vanguard would engage in the initial attack on the last city, and would focus on getting the Vex teleporter as close to Gaul
Could
as
even do
possible.
one more idle animation, you know.
We had disabled the
Save this.
We would rendezvous with them
I've
and
followed
use
you.
the teleporter to get close enough to Gaul to assassinate him ourselves.
I got
It was a
idle
risky
03.
plan, but it was our only realistic hope. But in order to board the Almighty, we would need to commandeer a command vessel from the Cabal, and there was only realistically one option. We needed to steal the personal shuttle of one of Gaul's chosen, a warrior known as Thumos the Unbroken. We dislodged him
It's
from his
got
personal
I.
command carrier, the
It's got
Orobas
RZ.
EDZ, and proved that his name was in fact not well earned. Just as quickly,
It went the other way
plan
around.
was initiated. We boarded Thumos' ship and boarded the Almighty. It was already in the process of charging and was consuming the planet of Mercury for fuel. We fought our way to its core, disabled it, and allowed the
Wonder why
assault
it goes
of
that
the
way.
last city to begin. But all this time, as we had been gathering our allies, and as we had been fleeing to find our light once more, Gaul had also been planning. His capture of the Speaker, our leader, at the beginning of the war, meant that he had an extensive amount of time to interrogate him about the nature of the light. Gaul made his desire clear to be chosen by the Traveller, and even though the Speaker had pushed back against him, his resolve was starting to break. The Consul, the other member of the Midnight Coup who had led the overthrow of Emperor Callus, had also been with the Red Legion, and was counseling Gaul, stating that he did not need to be chosen by the Traveller, but he instead could do as the legendary Acreus had done, and simply claim the light by force. This disagreement, as well as the Speaker's admission that the Traveller wasn't explicitly communicating with him, would lead to a moment of utter rage. The Consul would leave the Speaker dead, and in response to him being called weak, Gaul would kill the Consul, proclaiming that he would indeed take the light for himself, no matter the cost or impediment. As we returned to our home, the city's sky was ablaze with gunfire, and the vanguard were under pressure. By the time we reached them across the city rooftops, they were all but spent.
How would you animate an entire circle?
Painstakingly set up, and went forth to face Dominus Gaul. We found him aboard his command ship, and before the cage of the Traveller itself. As we approached, an inferno of dark, twisted light was ahead of us, and light had been siphoned into containers all along the command deck of the ship. Something
Let's see that,
terrible had happened.
and then I go curve.
In front of the cage of the Traveller itself, we fought with Dominus Gaul, and realized that Gaul had indeed harnessed the light and infused himself with it, temporarily but painfully gaining a twisted measure of the light's own power. We faced a paracausal threat that day. We fought Gaul as an equal.
Yeah, I
He was
wonder.
one of the most powerful Cabal to ever exist.
I wonder.
A raiser of 1,000 worlds and an annihilator of suns before he had even claimed the light. Now he had our own powers. Now he too had become legend.
Why is it X rotation? Surely it's Z.
We proved the superior force. We struck down the Dominus in spite of his rage and his belief that the light should
180.
be his to wield. But as his body fell, the light erupted from it, and Gaul momentarily
180,
manifested in a
360.
godlike, towering form, a luminous
Yeah, it doesn't
being,
work.
standing before the Traveller, almost the same size as it. He addressed the Traveller.
Oh, this was a
believing
great
that
first
he
game.
had indeed become a god. But he was mistaken. As he proclaimed the dawning of a new age, something awoke within the Traveller. Power, boundless and pure. Whether through our actions or as a response to a divine challenge, the Traveller awoken. It was a
First and last time he did anything.
It
God
shattered
damn
the bonds of
useless.
its cage, casting off its shackles, and it immolated the false god that stood before it. In a blinding explosion of light that destroyed the foundations of the cage itself, light erupted from the Traveller. It shattered the cage, freeing itself and proclaiming its return triumphant as humanity's protector. The light that emerged from the traveler would spread across the whole of the cosmos, starting at Earth, and then spreading out over the planets of our solar system and beyond. The light poured across the universe, as far as it could reach. The results of this moment would take time to emerge. Many worlds in Sol.
So just Y. XY. I have no idea why though. Hey, no idea why. Genius. Yeah, no idea why. Only looks like it affects the Y.
Between galaxies, something else had begun to stir at the reaction of the travelers.
It's from 1 to 360.
A presence once lost to time, banished from Sol at the end of the collapse, was returning.
There we go.
Blackfleet perceived the light. The witness, who had so long ago been cast out, began the long, slow march towards Sol. The traveler was reawakened, and now it would be able to have its final shape once more. No matter the cost, it would achieve its ultimate goal for the universe. It was only a matter of time before the Black Fleet would return.
Is that like a little you can change it to be bounce.
In the aftermath of the Red War, seemingly there
Bounce.
was peace yet again. The Red Legion were cast out of the city. There were still many remnants out there in the wilds. But
Can I set a keyframe like here?
were secure. Our last tower may have been destroyed, but the Guardians once again were the defenders of their city. And with the travelers reawakening and the destruction of the cage, all the Guardians had their light back once again. But the defeat of Dominus Gaul also prompted another actor at the edge of our system to make their move at last. One day, we received a strange invitation, gilded and covered in Cabal heraldry. It was a letter. It was a long letter, an entire treatise, from someone known as Emperor Callus, the same deposed emperor who had been removed from power by his daughter, Gaul, and the consul in a midnight coup. He was inviting us to his Leviathan, a vessel that would soon appear above
360. Oh, Chris is already in game, I see.
for defeating one of the foes
Already in game.
An invitation from the former emperor had the Vanguard notably concerned, as did the following arrival of the huge world-eating vessel itself. As it began
So I just start streaming Destiny. Just switch the name of the stream.
to board the Leviathan and began to fight the loyalists of Callus. Eventually, though, we realized this was not some grand garrison. This was more of a pleasure barge, a palace built in opulence for the purpose of entertainment. Eventually, we would make our way through all of Callus's games and found ourselves in a throne room. There, we did battle with the Emperor of the Cabal, or at least, we at first thought we did. The more we battled with this Emperor, the more he started to break down, until it was eventually very clear that we weren't facing a real Cabal Emperor, but instead a robotic double of himself, a facsimile designed to render his true self protected. As we struck down the construct, it told us
No, I'm not
to
zooming
take
in.
the riches we had earned and to grow fat from strength. He also told us of an impending cataclysm that loomed ahead of us.
Can't I just
Black
edit the
edge
value?
that he had seen
Value
at the
360,
forefront of
for
the
instance.
universe's leading void, a fate which we should all prepare for. We had little time to think on Callus's words, but they would be representative of the doom that was awaiting us
360.
in the form of the Black Fleet. But before we could even begin to prepare for them, the wave of light sent out by the Traveler was awakening terrible gods and ancient constructs across the system. All of Sol was about to change forever, and it would start with the return of an old mentor to Ikora Ray, a fabled warlock lost deep within the infinite forest on Mercury.
I wonder how this. Like, I can't see the angle here. I can. Right angle.
It had been barely
Left
a few
hand.
months since the return of the traveller.
Auto clamp.
Already the
No.
system had gone through a vast series of
Interpolation
changes.
mode constant.
But unseen to
Interpolation
us on
mode.
Mercury,
Bezier. Interpolation
Osiris
mode.
and his ghost Sagira
Linear.
were also experiencing strange
Easing.
happenings. In part,
No.
they saw how it was affecting the Vex, and our futures should they
Handle
be the
type.
ones to build them. One
Auto
day, as they
clamps.
explored the simulations of the infinite forest,
There we go.
Osiris saw into a future that filled him with dread. A
The
future
left
where
handle.
the Vex had finally won.
What's the value?
This was when Osiris also was confronted by something else. Panoptes. The Vex mind responsible for discovering and creating the simulation.
That's a pretty cool one. This is the whole like.
Were victorious. In a moment of desperation,
There's a little playful turnaround. All right. So those are the 3 animations.
the infinite forest. She was damaged by stray
If we go to the dope sheet,
fire, but her shell would be
in
discovered
the action
by
editor, we can
Vanguard.
see focus and then 3 different
To the last
things.
city.
So we'll
Ikora
save
orders
that,
to make contact
and we'll
with the
actually
Assyrian
save it over
factory
this,
and to attempt to
and
explore
we'll say
the active
export.
gateway into the infinite forest.
Project files, models, enemies, floating eye. Change this to the default export settings and export. Back in Unity, ton of import animation,
The Assyrian cultist brother
apply,
Vance would make a recommendation
re-import,
to us after we had saved him
and then we'll
those
turn on
inside
import
the
animation.
lighthouse. He knew that we would need to make contact with Osiris, and that saving his ghost was probably one of the best ways to find out where he was. Some of the other cultists in the EDZ
Why
had
have you not
equipment
shown up,
required to
eh?
reactivate Sagira. It was our
Idle
only
3
use of time,
should
so
be
we
the same
fought it.
as all the other ones.
The cultists were unfortunately dead.
Idle
But
2,
we
idle
did
1.
find the equipment needed for Sagira to temporarily dwell within our own ghost's shell and help us enter the infinite forest. It was there that we first
Not
met
too sure.
Osiris, or rather, his echoes. These were effectively perfect copies of Osiris, made in a strange shimmer of
I wonder
light.
if I could change this
He
to
had
like
always
name.
been able to
Yo,
see
that was a quick dinner.
strange
What did you eat in
abilities
3
and
minutes?
causal abilities based in an unknown teaching that only
Just absolutely wolfed it down. I can respect it.
These echoes led us
I added another animation.
showed
I
us
now
how
have a
Mercury
cool one that just like
was
loops
corrupted
around.
by the
Oh,
Vex back
I always
at
have
the
to
turn of the Golden
return it to
Age,
0.
before leading us to the dark
Shoop.
future where
So
the
I got
Vex were victorious.
I've got
Here we saw Panoptes for the first
that.
time and had to quickly escape its grasp.
Kind of looks
which we
around,
were
then
capable of
returns,
superseding
bit
the
panicked,
light within the
and then one where it's
simulations
just
of the
absolutely
forest.
going nuts.
Leaving the forest, it was
But I
clear
kind
that
of, I'm not sure I like the look
destroy
of this one.
construct.
Looks kind of weird.
Over our investigations, we learned that that would require us
Let me
to
start
locate
this
a
one
map of
again.
the infinite forest and to discover the original
delete
world
that.
where Panoptes had been created within its simulations.
I want it to go up
With this
to
information in
the
hand,
corner.
we would be able to track the Vex mind through the many
Like there.
pathways of the forest. We fought through Red Legion invaders.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was 13 minutes.
various
My
Vex constructs, and a variety of other strange
my
hazards,
brain is mush.
all to
You got me.
acquire this information. But eventually, we found what we were
Yes, I did 4 minus 1 as opposed to 14 minus 1.
It showed up right in front of us, and abducted
I should probably eat something at some point. I also need to call this
promptly ejected
food hygiene person so I can be like, hey, let me sell food from my home.
by Cora Ray, who used her
I sold my first, I didn't sell it, but
smash through the gateway
I gave away my first boba recently.
allow us
Uh,
ingress.
do I have it?
We quickly converged
My
on
first
the
satisfied
we had
customer
discovered,
was my cousin.
along with Osiris's echoes and Osiris himself.
Oh what? I have to check out my phone.
was
Why is it like this?
destroyed by our combined might.
Check.
And
Click here to get
Sagira
older
was
messages.
The threat of Vex
There we go.
supremacy had been cut short. After reuniting with
Yeah,
his
look at
ghost
that.
and his student,
It's the first,
Osiris sought to
the first
return to
thing.
the infinite
Cafe
forest with
93.
the aim of
I wanted to take
defending
a picture of it early on
Vex.
when it was like when I first made it because you can't really see, but it's all mixed together.
He would return to the light
But originally it had like different layers, so it's lychee, green tea, and raspberry popping boba at the bottom, and you can see the different colour differentiation. It looked really cool, and it was full of ice. But yeah, this is way later that the picture was taken. Apparently it was nice though, so I have hope. I have hope in my weird little business idea. Should be fun.
But he was nowhere to be found. As it turned out, the Vex had created a singular mind over countless thousands of simulations.
Let me try and call this person, see if
specifically to drain his life.
it's going to voicemail, and if not, then I'll have to go to BRB.
Discovered what seemed to be a
Pause this as
memorial
well.
to the great Titan.
Just let me go BRB now, and then I'll switch back if not.
In his exploration.
Afraid not. Cousin sounds like a lad. He is slightly a lad. How did I describe him like a lad? I thought I described him quite normally. But yes, I can confirm. Very laddie. Alright, let me pause the stream beats and return to this. Why is the quality so low? I think that's just the video. Yeah. No, I sent it because he was playing like tennis with my older brother, so I was like, hey, older brother, go give cousin this drink. Obviously I use names in real life because I'm not a creep. But yeah, then I was like, go take a picture of it, tell me what you think.
We had only ever been raised as a guardian within the last half of a decade. Saint 14 received this weapon in the early 60s.
So I want it to be like that.
Perhaps. Regardless, we weren't alive for that moment, so it seemed impossible that we would have been able to give him this weapon. Regardless, we held on to this weapon, understanding that not only was it one of the finer crafted shotguns that we
I had played Cookie Clicker way back in the day, before I made Above the Stars. I feel like that was maybe one of the inspirations, because obviously Above the Stars is nothing like Cookie Clicker, but they're both idle games, so they have that in common. Yeah, I played Cookie Clicker and I was like, oh, this is cool. I mean, Above the Stars. Was it Cookie Clicker I played? Or I saw it? I might have just seen it. This was years ago. Cookie Clicker is the one where it's like gets all weird and demonic at the end, right? I played Adventure Capitalist. Or one of those. Yeah, I used to love idle games. And there was this other one that was like made purely in ASCII. That was a really cool idle game. That's been good. That's been nice, man. Why do you ask? Oh man, Destiny's so cool. Save for all the games that, you know, the horrific issue that the games have. I probably should have saved this before because I don't know if I'm actually going to make an animation that looks better or worse. What if I change these to bounce? If I go into the curve editor.
What happened next began with an unusual amount of warsats falling in Hellas Basin. Mars was known to be the home to many
that seems a
of
bit
the
complicated
Alliance
messing with the
systems.
graph
This
editor.
activity was unusually focused. The Red Legion's propensity to scavenge such valuable technology.
I wonder what the stream lag is at now, because I thought I like fixed it so it wasn't too bad, but
Transmission from another resurfacing
I feel like it's a bit worse than it used to be.
Anastasia Bray, the long-lost guardian, the infamous hunter of Twilight Gap. She had converged on this location in her quest for the core of the Warmind Rasputin. Whilst we'd interfaced with trace segments of him before, this was his true core, and the heart of his system.
It's annoying how it like
Found
makes
it just
keyframes
in the nick
all
of
there.
time. We arrived as the ice was beginning to thaw, and as the forces of Zol...
Although actually, maybe I
returned from
do
their long
something
stay.
like this.
Commander Zavala was quick to assert himself into the picture, given that he saw the Warmind as an imminent threat to humanity if it wasn't capable of being made into an asset. And Bray wasn't so convinced and believed that Rasputin could be an ally of his own volition.
There's this upgrade called One Mind. That's the start of the weirdly demonic part. It did look quite cool. I see it. Yeah, it looks like it got very creepy.
A javelin filled with Warmind energy known as the Valkyrie. For the time being,
But yeah, I didn't play. I don't remember. I don't know if I played it or if I just saw it played. Because again, this was ages and ages ago.
efforts on drawing out the newly
But I did play Adventure Capitalist. I know that much. And that was a very cool game.
we would
Again, don't remember it at all because years ago. My memory is shoddy at the best of times.
We had killed gods of the hive before. Surely this time it wouldn't be so different. In order to do this, we would need to lure Zol out. And so, we converged on the European dead zone to steal a small shard of the Traveler.
That doesn't look too bad.
Strong light, which would be enough to tempt Zol's hunger and bait the trap. But the trap would not be on our own terms. We would need to descend deep into the Martian tunnel.
Don't need to change the scale.
There we would face
Copy.
Nemesis brood for the first time.
Paste.
We saw firsthand
How do I?
how
Oh
refined
god, is it
necromancy
N? Yes.
used against us
Location.
to
I can
send
unlock.
back numerous dead hive.
And then I can say, hey, timeline,
Fighting through them,
channel,
we
delete
eventually
channels,
reached
blah
a
blah blah.
massive ritual chamber and faced off against
I
Nemesis for the first time.
all
He was
channels.
defeated, but he escaped his death thanks to Zol holding possession of his heart.
G
Not unlike
Shift
an
X.
ascendant plane,
Oh,
although not in keeping with the logic
G
of the sword.
X.
As we placed our
Shift
bait
X.
here in the center of the brood's hold,
Sorry,
we
G
tried to
Shift
lure Zol
Y.
out, and the worm did make an appearance. But even here, with all our light, the worm's power and darkness was overwhelming. Quickly, after it addressed us only for moments, we realized it was going to be too strong. We were buried in the snowy drifts beneath the Martian surface. Our ghost was luckily able to fish us out, but the situation was beginning to evolve in a rather dramatic fashion. Zol was now making a beeline for Rasputin, and our plan had completely fallen apart.
Yeah, make it like look go a bit off to the side. I think that'd be cool. And then let's copy all this back.
Just as Anna Bray had continued.
Again, I don't know why it's marking scale.
As we closed on Rasputin's
Copy,
core, we overloaded
paste.
some of his
Oop.
systems in order to
What the hell did that
overcharge
do?
the Valkyrie with yet more power.
Control Z.
Unfortunate,
I have no idea.
necessary step for what we were about to do. Despite Zol's guardian
Oh yeah, the Grandma ones. I saw that as well. Very weird. Just came back to 83.6 quin octo quintillion. That is a high number. I don't remember what my game went up to. Above the Stars had some mega int. Armor does stuff. I had oh no way, the thing doesn't work anymore. Goddamn Giphy cat. I trusted you and you have failed me. Yeah, Above the Stars had a like special kind of data type that basically had you could make incredibly high numbers. Yeah, it went up to 1 vigintillion. I have no idea how much that is. 63 zeros is yeah, a lot. I think I did the US numbering because Great Britain numbering doesn't really make sense. But yeah, 63 zeros, so very big number. That's how much Above the Stars goes up to. Good fun. Good fun. Man, this code's probably terrible by now. And probably made very little sense to begin with. Someone had already definitely made a number that could go that high.
We would hear the words of Zol again, even though he had perished at our hands. And from these whispers a challenge was rendered. Down here in the dark.
Oh yeah, I need to do a lot of this stuff.
This challenge, and
Let's do this.
our might within the hive's own logic, we would discover the whisper of the worm, the last remnants of Zol's
Add animations to I.
into a weapon and made manifest in our hands.
I should probably split these 3 into other things, but it's fine. Create floating eye projectile. I think I've done this now. I can set that to done because I've already finished the projectile. Arguably far too much work on that projectile.
Far greater challenges awaited us on the horizon, and it would all begin.
Can I copy this? Copy, paste. All channels. What if I drag that over there? So it's like.
As the conflict on
What do we think? Cool animation? me move a bit further up.
Abomination had hit the reef in recent months. A writhing mass of new Elixni forces, not quite alive. These new dead Elixni, or rather undead Elixni, were known as the Scorn. Tainted by some kind of dark ether, they could be risen again from the dead repeatedly. They were led by 8 barons, whom the Hunter and the Queen's Wrath would work to capture successfully over a long campaign. In the process of this, they discovered that the true leader of the Scorn was an all too familiar face, a traitor, Aldrin Sov, brother of the late Queen Mara. For their crimes, all of the Scorn and Aldrin were locked away in the next security wing of the Prison of Elders.
Why?
One of the barons,
All channels.
the fanatic, spoke to Varix the Loyal. He made it clear that the Awoken lacked a strong leader without Mara. Varix saw this and feared for the fate of his own people as well.
I can do this as well, can't I?
The words of Aldrin that may well have pushed
All
him to
channels
the
now,
edge
just go bounce.
and made it feel as though it was necessary
Interpolation
to
mode,
perform his
bounce.
next treacherous action.
I
Varix
don't want
made off
that
with his
on
own
like
personal ether
elastic.
supplies and released every
Oh,
prisoner
I definitely don't
in the
want that.
Prison of Elders in order to
Interpolation
cover his
mode,
escape.
bounce.
As this happened, many
Oh.
terrible criminals were
Where'd I go?
released, such
Root.
as Aramis the ship stealer, Baron of the House
Interpolation
of Devils.
mode, bounce.
Of course, most
Oh.
crucially of all, the Scorn
Interpolation
was set
mode,
loose as well.
bounce.
Petra recalled Cade immediately to help her contain the prison break.
I kind of want to make it so the like,
we were
yeah.
able to truly lock down the prison once and for all. But Petra had a deeper concern. She headed down to the Supermax wing where the Barons and Aldrin were being locked away, and she found that they had all made their escape.
Rockets
They
figure
were
here.
via the airlock on the lowest part of the Prison of Elders. Cade destroyed a part of the prison's central processing hub and drove the debris down to reach them more quickly. Unfortunately, this left him isolated and alone, and destroyed some of our ways
Interpolation
down
mode
that we might have
back.
used to get to him more quickly. Alone, he faced off against the majority of the escaped Scorn.
That looks okay.
They were armed and ready for this moment, and whilst it was not the falling clubs and gnashing teeth of the Scorn foot soldiers that got to him, there was one amongst their number who was better armed. A Baron, Purha, the rifleman. He would take up a perch above the battlefield.
That doesn't look too bad. I wish it wouldn't be as, you know, like,
But he didn't kill Cade. He killed
as
Cade's
fast.
ghost, Sundance. Cade was left broken
There's the curve editor.
by his encounter with the Barons. Without the light, there was little hope.
Driver's
It was
graph
Prince
editor.
Aldrin who stole Cade's weapon, the Ace of Spades, and asked him if he had any last words. Moments before we could arrive at the scene, Aldrin delivered the killing blow.
Oh
Facing
man,
a shooting
good times.
Cade 6,
I say good times, very sad times, but good times story-wise. I feel like this was the last time Destiny had a good story.
passed away in our arms.
I kind of missed a few expansions and I jumped back on for Forsaken, which was a shout because, oh, so good.
Didn't want to commit
And the rest of the stories were pretty sucky.
fear of losing your friends.
But the last one has been 10-10.
Fire in her heart. So did we. We stated plainly for Zavala that he would
I don't know if this is the play.
breaking the silence that had persisted
I don't
since
know.
the Night Garden's heart. For the first time, we spoke and promised Aldrin Sov would die by our hands.
Good times.
Before
We
going
did get
after
that sweet,
Aldrin
sweet
Sov,
revenge for the arcade.
Dora had found something that we needed
Let's see,
to
I need
correct.
to
She had
I need to turn
been
off Do Not
to
Disturb,
realms of light,
but I also
potentially
don't need so many
sensitive
notifications,
We followed
especially on my
those
watch.
dreams
Why am I
to
getting
light
on my watch?
and were gifted with new
So
understandings
excessive.
of our light. With these new powers in hands, it appeared that the traveller might be preparing to arm us better for what came next. To hunt down the Barons, we would need to head to the Tangled Shore, a lawless and wayward
There's
patch
gotta
of
be a way
space
to-
within the reef's territory, frequented by pirates
Annoying.
and smugglers. Petra
Annoying.
picked up on our signal shortly after we arrived and offered us some assistance against the Barons. That assistance came in an unusual form. Elixni. Criminal
Yeah, I need to
Elixni,
stop all these
Elixni
notifications
on our
getting
side,
to my thing.
nonetheless. This
My
was perhaps
watch.
the first time we had properly fought alongside
Snapchat,
an allied
where are
foe.
you?
It turned out that these Elixni didn't work for Petra, but
No
instead
idea.
worked for the Spider, an Elixni
no idea.
grown frustrated
Oh, my back.
that the barons were cutting into his business on the shore, having even removed him from his previous hideout. He
What
agreed
happened to the
this
spider? He was a cool
location
character.
in exchange for us running a few errands for him on the shore. When he did give up the location of the barons, they had had the necessary time to fortify it into a stronghold of their own. And though we carved through numerous scorn, we arrived too late. The barons escaped, and we had to individually hunt them down before reaching Aldrin Sov. And so we went down and hunted them all. The rider,
That is bounce. I don't want to
trickster,
bounce.
the rifleman, the hangman, the mindbender, the machinist, and eventually, as we made our way to a well-guarded Awoken watchtower, we faced down the last of them, Mikral, the fanatic. But while we had been hunting, Aldrin had been listening. As it turned out, his murder of Cade had
It's
not
faster
been
and
of his
faster.
own volition
There's the
entirely. He had been guided to his target by a spectral vision of his lost sister Mara, who had told him to let the reef burn, and that only he could free her from some dark prison. The spectral vision guided him to the European Dead Zone, where he took a shard of the Traveler and brought it with him to the Tangled Shores watchtower. Deep within that watchtower, the one that linked to the Dreaming City, the corruption behind Aldrin's eyes was starting to grow. In that moment, the darkness within Aldrin and the shard's light were combined. They opened a gateway within the inner chamber of the watchtower, a gateway that led to the Dreaming City. The apparition of Mara thanked Aldrin and said that he had indeed
That's
the
okay.
key to freeing her. But in truth, Aldrin had unleashed a powerful taken entity.
Alright. Wasting too much time doing this.
Far beyond the portal's end. It quickly consumed him, swallowing
Minimize
him
that.
whole just as we arrived on the scene. We had to destroy this terrible monster.
Where is OBS gone? There it is.
Broken, beaten, and no longer bewitched Aldrin.
Yeah, that was a weird twist. At the very end of the fight, you don't fight Aldrin, you just fight some
We then offered him
eye thing that comes out and eats him.
the Ace of Spades being held in dark offering of finality. It isn't clear to this day who killed the Forsaken Prince, but his death would create echoes across the many years of our stories.
I like to think it was us.
Petra
I'm
was,
tired of all these,
regardless of
we
what
can't be his, but we can't sing to his level. It'll make us just like him. Like, will it? Will it though?
would continue in the Dreaming City. She told us that we needed to make contact with Mara Sov, and that she could do so if we merely
Okay, let's try to sell these stuffs. Sell these? Copy these.
links of the Dreaming City, the Awoken's most sacred place in all existence. We met up with Petra, and after reactivating an Awoken device called the Oracle Engine, we heard the voice of Mara Sov. But unlike
So they all should affect the root.
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 This time the voice of the Queen was
Root.
real, and as it turned out, Iris, Mara, and Osiris's plans had
That actually affects all these other ones apart from the root.
certain the Queen knew that she would need to die,
Save.
and that her death
Export.
would leave Oryx exposed. She had prepared for this
Yeah,
moment.
default
Much like
operations.
the Hive, she had carved out her own world for herself
Bake
on a
animation.
plane.
Turn off NLA strips because I don't really know what they do.
Dragon, Riven,
Export each non-muted NLA strip as a separated FBX anime stack, if any.
but unfortunately, the
Don't know what
Dreaming
that
City
means.
had been left
I don't know
vulnerable
what
to
that
attack by
means.
Oryx in the opening moments of the Taken
There we
War.
go.
And
So let's give those a look. We've got focus.
Mara's throne world, and had even sent his agents into the Dreaming City. It was now infested not just with Scorn,
Why is that not working?
also with Taken. And worse still, Hive broods were descending upon the Awoken's most holy stronghold.
Idle
Worst
works.
of all, Riven had
Idle
been
2
taken by Oryx
works.
before we had destroyed him. She had been the
Why
one
is this
who
called
had
Focus
liberated
1?
Aldrin. She had been the
What?
one who
What's
had
happening?
given him the visions of Mara.
What is
She
happening?
had been the one responsible for Cade's death. Petra put two and two together quickly enough, and Mara did as
Let me
well.
go new.
Aldrin might have pulled the trigger, but the real
And then
menace
open most
behind this
recent.
was the manipulations of Riven of a Thousand
Yep,
Voices.
so let's focus.
Last known Ahamkara, the vengeance
Let's
of the
idle.
monarch who has lived for 1,000,000
That's idle 2.
something to behold,
And that's
action
idle
which
3.
Mara undertook was swift and decisive. Without
So
hesitation,
maybe
she
I just need
decreed
to
the Dreaming City should be opened
save,
to the Guardians,
export,
and that we should assemble a team to hunt
floating
the last
eye,
Ahamkara.
and
We were promised
not
the
project
bounty of
settings.
the Awoken's realms yet
Turn
again,
off import animation,
Slay Riven,
apply,
and so we eagerly set out on our mission.
re-import,
As we worked our way towards the Queen's Walk spire, we could
and
not know
then
the doom
import
that we would
animation,
unleash.
apply.
But as our feet touched the ground, our hearts
Why is
were
it
set on
focus 1?
vengeance.
That's not what?
So perhaps it was already too late. We began our missions by freeing the
I'm gonna
Dark
delete
Lords,
this.
Cal
Ugh, I
and
don't like
Shuro
deleting it
Shu,
though.
who instructed us that they would be able to contain Riven's heart.
It's missing one of the source takes. Also, focus isn't working. Why isn't focus working?
Desires that we brought to bear in our fight, telling us that our desires as 6 immortal godslayers could feed a nation of Ahamkara, let alone just one. But maybe
High
we should
armature
listen more
focus,
closely.
idle 1, idle 2.
Moving deeper into the heart of
Yeah,
the
I'm very
Dreaming City,
confused. I'm very, very confused. I feel like it's just not importing properly, even though I've gone re-import. If I like, I don't know. If I get a minus and I get re-import, yeah, it doesn't do anything. I'm just gonna delete it. I have to drag it back into that file, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
The last dragon, the last Ahamkara, until at last the killing
Restore
blow
defaults.
struck, and there was nothing more
Default.
that Riven could do
Export.
but grant one last wish. When we took her heart to the Techians, they contained it away, but Riven's sirens still spoke to us, and revealed that we had unwittingly given her the power to grant the wish
Is
of
this
one
not
of the
in this
darkest.
load? This is in the right place, right?
Immortal godslayers, our will and desire
Oh
was
god,
indeed
maybe this is why it wasn't working.
just as the Techians
Maybe I
had
did this in the wrong place. Models,
Our wish to
enemies,
kill her,
FBX.
she fed gluttonously on
I'm getting a call.
She used it
I will
to
go
fulfill
BRB.
the wish of another being who had visited her in her time of isolation. Between the death of Oryx and our arrival in the Dreaming City, another mysterious presence had crept in. One whose name we would know in fear from this day forward. Savathun, the Witch Queen. She had
I have returned.
It also made a wish.
Where's my... Oh, there we are.
faces.
Okay. Oh, that's so long.
There was not one
The English government works very slowly. How goes it simultaneous? Are you still here? I was on a call.
Savathun's wish, the last wish
I got a
granted here
message
in this
about
moment, was
delivery
the
hygiene. They're like, you need a
taken.
FSA number, and I called the FSA, and they're like, hey, you don't need an FSA number. It's not that deep because it's very low risk. And I was like, well, you've all been useless.
In a terrible limbo.
So,
Every 3 weeks,
thank you.
a cycle would
I'm glad for the hype when I return.
curse would grow in potency.
But yeah, I want to sell. All I want to do is sell Boba out of my house on like Deliveroo and whatnot.
Then the cycle would
And
begin.
everyone's being very long.
Those trapped within
Maybe I'll send them a
would
return email. But
resist
hey,
his curse.
they said it's very chill.
Repeat the same 3-week cycle over and over, perhaps for all eternity, until the universe has gutted out and there is nothing left. but
It's always annoying how when you
there is little
paste,
left
it pastes like
none can
Oop.
leave, none can
it pastes
flee.
with formatting. I hate that. I'm like, I just want to.
It can only
just wanna
live
paste
out
normally.
their eternal fates forevermore. Riven's final vengeance against the Awoken would not be the destruction of the dreaming city that she had helped to build. It would not be the death of Aldrin at the hands of those looking to avenge Cade. It would instead be the cursing of the Awoken people and the most sacred place. Riven had laid a trap like this for a long time, and now, in this darkest moment, Riven's vengeance was complete. But as the curse cycle
Originally
continued
saying
and
the
the
format
forces of the
seems
tower
to be
attempted to learn more about what exactly had caused it,
site is
there was a
relatively.
light in this dark place. A ghost named Glint entered the dreaming city. It had been
Relatively?
doing what all ghosts do. It was searching for a guardian. His guardian. It found an
Oh god,
abandoned
why is it
monument
making it
on a
so
distant
massive?
cliff. There, under a funeral pall, a body had been laid to rest. Scanning the body, Glint determined that it was one worthy of wielding the traveler's
Who was
light.
Glint? Is that
This was
the
the one.
crow's light?
This
Crow's
was his
thing?
guardian.
Not too sure.
But the man Glint raised had once been known as Aldrin Salve.
Virgin have
As
said
the
before
guardian
that since
freshly
this,
reborn,
since the
This former prince of the reef had no
Um,
memories of his past life, no recollection of the people he had
Since
killed,
the-
or the pain that he had caused.
it's relatively low risk.
His past life was not his to live. So he would
Inspection.
find his former identity, his past self, and would discover the truth. But until then, he did have to choose a new name, and so he would be known as the new person that he was, no longer as Aldrin Sov, the Forsaken Prince, but as the Crow, a light bearer.
I don't know where we can sell Lost.
In the aftermath of Riven's defeat, an age of
Food and
lawlessness
hygiene safety
descended upon
course.
the tower. Guardians had shown their open resentment towards the Vanguard for refusing to send a full force to go after Aldrin Sov. The fact that a rogue Guardian had achieved the version of justice most people wanted to see by taking things into their own hands
£12,
only
that's so
soured
cheeky.
this wound further. It was a time when we saw the authority of the tower loosen to the point where we began forging strange alliances with many new faces. Of particular note would be Ada I of the Black Armory, the former emperor of the Cabal, Callus, and a mysterious man with no name who would ask that we simply called him the Drifter. Our first real meeting was with Ada I, and she very quickly made it clear that she was not exactly fond of Guardians.
Ugh, man, I hate writing emails.
The Black Armory, an institution that had been started back before the collapse. Ada had preserved in her time master weapons crafters, with some of the most powerful technology preserved from the Golden Age and improved over time. She had seen the assaults of the warlords in the Dark Ages, and had even seen the Black Armory suffer under those assaults. The warlords had sought the remarkable weapons technology of the Foundry, technology that Ada I had managed
The
to
recent
preserve.
cashback has been
Now
validated.
she needed
Yes.
assistance, forges
Alright, I'm
were
done with
either
you.
lost or overrun, and the potent arms of the Black Armory had drawn wondering eyes. So, wearily, at the advice of the spider, she extended her hand in cooperation to us,
Where was I?
against all of her best instincts.
OBS.
Whilst we would
Unity.
reclaim
No,
the
Blender.
forges from a number of assailants,
Unity?
none would be
Blender?
more persistent than
Models,
Civics,
enemies.
the leader of a new group of fallen known as the Kells
Models,
Scourge, who was
enemies.
a ruthless opponent who would first be known to us
Floating
for his
idol
most
objects.
daring gambit, a raid upon a Black Armory vault located within the last city itself. Given the Elixni's propensity
There
for
we go.
taking technology and splicing it together with their own,
Idol 3's
quickly
working.
used whatever they found within the vault to great effect. They augmented the armor, weapons, and shields of their soldiers. Worse still, they
Idol
began
2
to
is
entrench their
working.
position
Oh.
and even constructed the first iteration
happened?
of a
I've
war
lost you.
machine that would go on to mar the system for years to come. They created
click? Why is it
Insurrection
all mad?
Prime, the first ever pattern of fallen brig.
Oh, zigzag. Click this off.
Guardians had to clear out the force
Idle
of
1.
fallen raiders from the last city's blotter district,
And
especially
focus.
given the fact that the invaders had
Yes.
discovered super weapons capable of bringing devastation to
Alright, those all look good. So,
gambit by the fallen. It was an
um,
equally desperate defense by us Guardians. Luckily, we were able to fend off the kills.
I don't want an idle animation
Even
by
after
default.
Insurrection
I
Prime
want to
fell,
just
though,
like
it was
chill
clear
and
that what was
play
left of the Black Armory
random idle
stocks within
animations.
The vault had been taken. Civics was nowhere to be found, and there would be a trail of discarded and torn papers.
Or maybe
from
I
the
just
Black
have a
Armory's
little
files.
float up and
We had
down.
discovered that his rummaging would lead us to other forges. In particular, notes
I
had
go
been
like
found that would
new.
lead Civics on a trail to the European Dead Zone,
New idle.
the lost fourth forge of the Black Armory at their old EDZ facility. This also contained a project that was
Always.
unique to the Black Armory at the very
Delete.
end of the Golden Age. A
Delete.
project that was being created in the so-called Niobe Labs. Project Niobe itself would be an
Delete.
attempt to combine a forge with a working exomind for
Can I
an
just...
exo body. As it turned out,
I...
Ada 1 was the prototype. After breaking through layers of
I
security and finally facing off against the Kells
pose
Scourge one last time,
root.
we discovered a critical
I
component that Civics had retrieved.
That's
Ada 1's
rotation.
lost obsidian accelerator. Returning it to Ada 1, returning the
timeline.
Black Armory papers and returning her forges to
Keying,
working order
rotation,
meant that she would
location.
at least be able to trust the Guardians, seeing that despite the actions of the Warlords, we were not all cut from the same cloth. We earned her trust that day, and in the process, earned ourselves some of the most powerful and infamous weapons that have ever been wielded by Guardians. The great Izanagi's Purdy in particular was a weapon that still stands the test of time to this day. Much like so many others, it has slain gods in our hands.
Minus
The
points.
Drifter was the next face to darken our
3.
door,
Minus
although at this point we'd already engaged with him several times,
Minus 0.6.
particularly in his so-called Gambit, an arena that pitted Guardians against Guardians in a race to manipulate darker powers and claim victory over the Taken. Rumors and mystery had swirled around the Drifter for years. He had had dealings with the Dark Guardians known as the Shadows of Yore.
Is that a lot? Is that too much
Supposedly lived
movement?
in the days of the Iron Lords, and had made
Probably.
petitions of Fellwinter himself. He had visited the
GY,
so-called
GZ.
Fourth Tomb of Nezarec and lived to tell the tale. He had been to a dark world and seen umbral monsters devour his crew's light. Regardless of which of these rumors were true or not, it was clear that this light bearer was dangerous. Our involvement with him deepened when we made our way into his ship and communed with the suppliers that would allow him to harness the Taken. As it turned out, these suppliers were the Nine. Our
Let's
interactions
go
with
10,
them prior to this
20.
point had been very limited. Only the creature Sir, who we'd seen occasionally in the tower, had communicated.
That should be
with us.
okay, right?
And of course, there had been a
don't know.
brief contact with the emissary.
Hello, I'm still here.
who
Well, I'm
invited
glad
us
you're
to
still here with
trials
us.
in the past.
Even though
Trials
I spent ages trying to write an email. How are you doing? Up to anything
This
fun?
emissary communed with us once more. She was
Let
mostly
me switch
unknown
over
us
to this
merely.
quickly. I'll disable the second monitor. What platforms? Always math so much. That is tough. That is tough. I say a lot of things. Don't worry about not responding. It's mostly just rambling to myself. What is the current maths homework?
Hello and welcome.
James Code Monkey. I do love a bit Code Monkey.
As just the Nine's mouthpiece, but they explained the nature
Alright, back
of
to
many beings as we interacted with them.
back to
throughout
watching
history.
thingy.
They also gave us the first
While
token
lazily
that there were
animating.
some amongst our ranks that would begin to wield the powers of darkness, and that such darkness
I don't know. It's not like a looping up and down animation. Pythagoras. Pythagoras is pretty buffoon. Can I play loop animation?
would converge on us. They also saw that the Drifter
Use
was beginning to
preview
wield
range, what's that
darkness
mean?
as well, in possibly the least surprising turn of fate. They didn't explicitly hint that we would be doing the same,
Pythagoras.
but the possibility
That's close
was
enough.
open. From the Nine,
Not many words look like Pythagoras, so
one of the so-called shadows of yore.
it's good stuff. That you need to know a lot of trigonometry if you ever want to get into game dev. Sadly,
Without corruption, they had gifted him
I don't know if you do, but yeah,
but the tale
that's a lot
his
of.
vessel
That is one of the few maths things that you learn that is actually useful.
connected to the realms of the Night.
It's a bit of circle theorem, bit of trigonometry,
We would continue to re-enter the
vectors and
which
coordinates and all
reshaped
those kind of
itself over
things.
time. When
Though everything uses quaternions now, but it's still good to kind of have an understanding of vectors.
in the revelation that the Drifter was aware of an impending doom, and that he was
I feel like I want
preparing
all these to be
survive a
linear.
second collapse of sorts. The Nine had warned him of this incoming threat, and had told him to keep playing the game of Gambit, leaving him with one of his signature jade coins, this time not embossed with the sigil of a familiar enemy, but instead with a vessel of the Black Fleet.
Maybe,
Yet another warning
I don't know,
that would
ease
soon
in?
be upon us. The Drifter's mystery was a curiosity to us all, but it was also a potential threat to the general safety of the tower in the eyes of others. There were some who believed
Maybe
that the
I do
Drifter
it like this.
represented a greater existential threat,
Jeezy.
even figures such as Oryx.
Minus
He was
3
not
or
simply a
minus
representation
2,
of fear and darkness.
and then
He was a representation of potential
I
temptation and corruption. In
here as
particular,
well.
there were guardians that, given the choice, would have seen Drifter killed. Amongst their
And
ranks
then-
was a member of the Praxic Order known as Arnor Mahal, a hidden agent. She would take time to investigate the Drifter and find out whether he was working for good or not. In the end, Arnor chose not to strike him
Interpolation
down,
mode, Bezier.
even though she easily could have, given the chance. He gave her valid information on the whereabouts of some loose shadow.
That seems like it would be okay.
And with this, she was satisfied.
Let me
that
save
Drifter
this,
could be
and
trusted
then
to discern who was too dangerous to be allowed
I'm
to
in the
thrive.
action, I'm in the dope
The
sheet.
Drifter was
Idle,
safe for
boom.
now, though it would still be
Sports.
correct to say that the Vanguard
Floating eye.
regretted his presence rather than welcoming him.
SWAT
In this
FX.
time, we also made contact with another mysterious figure,
So we
an
have
Elixir captain called Mithrax.
Idle.
We had met him before on Titan, where he had continuously given us the slip in a battle for a methane reactor at the
That looks
station's
okay.
core. We spared his life in a moment of mercy when fighting against a Hive Knight. This gesture of mercy that he had
Could be
capitalized on
slower, it's a bit
was something
fast.
that had utterly changed him.
So make
After
it from
dwelling
like
on it
40
for
to
some
50
time,
and 50 to
Mithrax
100.
had decided on a course of action that would mark him as a unique member of the Elixni, one with determination and grit, and above all,
Kind of want it even slower than
he
that, to be
believed
honest.
that he could be the Kell of a new house of Elixni, one that stood in allegiance to the Guardians, and stood for the will of the Great Machine. He named it the House of
0.05.
Light. But his fledgling house would need time to grow, and in the meantime he needed to show his loyalty. And so it was that through a convoluted list of
Minus
messages and
0.05.
words, he was able to bring us to the farm, where he then told us of another invasion of the last city that would occur soon. Not an all-out invasion, but an
Let's
attempt
do
to rob a
60.
larger vault of the Black Armory this time.
And
No,
120.
instead, it would be a more covert operation
Sports.
conducted by a fallen baron who had escaped the prison.
It's annoying how it defaults to
There
selected
was the
objects.
ship sealer. She was planning still an audacious heist.
Idle.
A raid on the old
1.
tower's deeper vaults.
Idle
by
0.
the Cryptarchy. If she succeeded, she would make off with the remnants of outbreak crime.
Please no, not trigonometry. Sadly, it is necessary. I don't know, depends what you're doing. There's so many guides for it now, it's not that like you actually need to know much mathematics. Anything that you really need to do in terms of maths, you kind of just find a... You just need to have good Googling skills, really. Like, I remember the last time I struggled was probably like when I first started, and I was like, hey, how do I make a radar point towards the right like angle? So like, you know, if I have a ship here and an objective here, I want the arrow to point this way. So yeah, I had to like get the direction by taking the end direction from the start direction, or start direction minus end direction, normalize it, and then turn that normalized vector into an angle, and then rotate the arrow by that angle, and you have to use like arc tangent 2 or something, and yeah. I don't understand how trigonometry works, I just know how to use it when it is required. Math makes me sad. Oh no. Maths is fun. Maths is sometimes fun. But like, yeah. It's useful. It does things. It's how the world and the universe works, so you do sadly need to know some math. I feel like the way they teach it in schools is very boring. It's just like, hey, do this, do this. Yeah. I feel like there's always a fun way to teach stuff. So I've got the animation here to loop, which, have I done that right? No, I haven't done that right. This should be, let me copy and paste this end note. And let's get rid of the scale. We don't also need to change the rotation either. But the true power within this crown was wielded by one who was more deadly than we could possibly have anticipated. Crown's true master was Save, export. Realistically, there was very little that could have been done to protect Galran from such corruption. When he wore the crown, almost instantly Savathun took control of him. And the that looks like an okay idle animation. So I'll turn off the constant oscillate from the other thing, and I've just added it into the animation now. Maybe. This area of the menagerie was known to house many exotic beasts, and in the process, some of the Vex that Callus had stored here were released as well. But as the Hive were the more pressing threat, we were asked to deal with them and were dispatched to deal with Galran first. Callus called upon us, promising us untold riches. Yeah, it's fine, I think. And succeed we did. These actions would be so impressive to him that he would begin to see I don't think it'll be too pricey either. So let's go into my enemy floating eye. Served as assassins and loyal protectors. Same agents that actually conspirators. Same agents that had tried continually to kill his daughter. Oh, just what? Some guardians might have accepted. Interesting. For a time, very interesting. Well. The Emperor's sway would be held more strongly over some guardians than others. Callus lavished us all with gifts, including donating a tribute hall of sorts. It's very cool how this whole body is just a skinned mesh. Very cool. So that translated over quite nicely. Let's go into the floating eye. We go to the floating eye controller. And we'll say at start we do idle 0, and then I guess we make a few animation hashes. How do I want to do this? So I'll say idle. So I'll say idle, and then I'll make a new animation hash. Oh, that's a layer. I'll say make a new boolean. Call it.
considering what happened next.
Let's say it's
Ever since the invasion of the last city during the Red War, we had not actually
let's just say
seen
focus.
Maris Morn. She had been in communications with Marasov and had made several excursions.
Where's my
with her in an
controller?
attempt to better
Controller,
understand the foe that was approaching.
where are you?
Fate has a funny way of being
Where are
cyclical.
you? I do
and
not
there
have
is no
rider
point
open.
herself returning to the PlayStation
Control
unchanged
controller.
forever. She returned to Luna, hot on the trail of this new shadow, a looming nightmare that we would soon have to confront. Our first realization of this looming threat came in the sudden resurgence of hive activity on the moon. Having
Good
now
old
crushed
hive.
Crota,
Such a
Oryx,
gross
Zol,
enemy
and
type.
Nocris, the renewed forces of the last city descended upon the moon with confidence. We had slain great gods of the hive, and the
I should
great
increase
Zephyr
my
was a distant memory.
upload speed.
Little did we know that the
So I feel like the
tragedy
FPS
of
drops,
Maris
at
past
least like on
would
the
soon quite literally come to revisit us.
the
We made our way
second monitor. I feel like the FPS
towards
drops.
new great fortress of the hive.
This was a cool expansion, Shadowkeep.
Moon's
Did I even miss any expansions? I don't think I did. I think I played like every one.
pits below.
Maybe.
Our ghost
Was
could
Forsaken
make
the
out
first
strange
Destiny expansion?
readings as we faced the
I
hive.
forget. I would definitely miss some
It
season.
turned out that they weren't
Seasons.
truly hive. They looked like them,
But
had the same
yeah.
bioenergetics as them. They were like shadows.
Well, I should do something like this with like
facsimiles.
this kind of outside area-y thing, like, you know,
Not those foes.
these effects. So if your character's poisoned, you have like, I don't know, that kind of thing, but green. Those are always cool.
Figures before us. They looked like guardians. Shadows tinted in a bloody
Where are the animation names? This is a private enum, which I should do there.
The oppressive darkness enveloped us as we moved through a canyon that led into a great crevasse.
Why is attack stat
Our ghosts
tag hash
started to
also?
say that they were feeling strange.
Attack tag, oh, I guess it's a tag.
We
So I've
it.
split it, but it's
The
fine.
Pyramid of Luna. A vessel of the Black Fleet. The same vessel that had once belonged to Nezareth.
Can't overwrite an enum.
Final god of pain. The vessel that had been sent crashing into the moon during the collapse. And yet here it was.
You can't
The vessel
overwrite an
that had
enum,
led the
can you?
assault on Earth. It was unblemished, untarnished, and it appeared to have just awoken.
Where is
As we
the
continued our
animation
approach, we were
hashes
blocked by a
stored?
defensive barrier
This should
of
be like a bit
pyramids,
higher up, I
a
think.
force field that slowed our movements and prevented our passage.
I feel like this should be near the
These
top.
weren't the only defenses that Nezareth's
Well, the
pyramid had in
enum
place.
goes near the top, so
In
maybe
response
not.
to our attempted and unwelcome intrusion, the pyramid began to manifest remnants of some of our greatest fears. A nightmare, swollen with madness.
Yeah, let's just
began
copy
to
all
take
this
shape
over.
in front of us.
Let's copy this over to my eye. Enemy floating eye.
Familiar blade. What appeared before us was Crota, the son of Oryx.
And this will just be focus and attack.
He was striding
I
forward
don't need to do this
across
because
the
I'm just doing
moon
2
which he
animations, that's
ravaged.
probably
And
fine.
yet, he had died by our hand. Though
So
it
let's
was clearly
do,
some false copy of the hive god that we had
where
once
are we?
known, we cut him down
Let's do
and
this.
extracted a strange and nightmarish
Say,
essence.
hey, floating
As soon
eye.
as the light eater had fallen, he rose again, flanked by nightmares of
Private
dawn.
static read only int. Remember the same variables.
Some
I
of
think
our
I still
greatest
did it twice.
foes manifested
Attack.
once more
I'll say
as
focus
nightmares
tag
sent to
hash.
destroy us. This response from the
Say
pyramid
focus.
overwhelmed us.
Focus hash.
Morn was there to assist us. She pulled us out with the
Idle
same hive magic
hash.
that she had used
And
to save us from
idle
Crota's throne.
index hash.
She extracted us to an overlook that showed the pyramid
I think
in
that
its full
makes
glory.
sense.
Eris told us that in order to understand what lay before us,
That makes sense.
this ancient enemy that had caused our collapse,
I'll say
we need
focus.
to find a way inside.
Idle.
This would be no small
Can I spell
task.
any of these words correctly?
Past
That's the
the
real
defenses of the
challenge.
pyramid that we'd encountered,
Focus,
we
idle,
quickly
idle
settled.
index.
After a little observation of the local hive, we discovered that they were unaffected by the nightmares. This immunity would be our key to bypassing the defenses. And whilst it was a relevant revelation, there was a more important one that happened swiftly after our investigation had started. A nightmare of Omnigul passed through the camp. It would have destroyed Eris Morn, were it not for the essence that we had claimed from the false nightmare of Crota. It turned out that this essence that we had collected earlier was enough to defend Eris, and this was our next clue. A lucky moment, a lucky break, but it would tell us that we could indeed collect and purify the essences of the nightmares, and could then transfer their power into special tokens, a set of armor that would ward us against the pyramid. This was known as the Dreambane armor, and to complete it we would need to further refine our understandings of the Hive's own protection against the nightmares. We ventured to the apex of the Scarlet Keep.
What was I? So let me add focus, idle, and idle index into my animation. This is focus. I think idle will be a trigger. Idle, and then an integer.
After a little more investigation, we discovered that retrieving it would allow us to finally forge Dreambane armor.
Taking a while to load there.
Essences that we had gathered,
what was that? Field name, blah blah blah. Idle index. Idle index. So I don't have to have like 3 different triggers. So I just increase the index by a factor of 3, I guess. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0, 1, 2. And I say, hey, create states. Empty. That our light was like the last make this the idle 1. But still we pushed forward. Let's say idle 1. Make transition.
The darkness was so oppressive this time that Eris could
has exit time. No.
To save ourselves. After taking further essences from the nightmares of Tanax, Skolus, and Fogoth, we were able to combine them with the earlier essences.
So we just straight to the idle animation.
Thus, our Dreambane armor was complete. We had our defense against the pyramid barrier. We ventured deeper toward the pyramid, and as we fell further down the cliffs, we realized that we were able to pass by the barrier. But our ghost still kept speaking in a strange manner. It was as though it was...
I feel like it's going to jump too much.
As though it wasn't itself.
What's your error? The net core SDK cannot be located. Command failed. Blah, blah, blah. Make sure the .NET Core SDK is installed and is on the path. What are you getting it on? Is it just in Unity? In this little box here? Or are you getting it somewhere else? Just download the .NET Core SDK, sounds like, and make sure it's in the path. Often it has something to do with messing with in Visual Studio. See, this is why we download Visual Studio Code, because there's so many less issues. Have you got Visual Studio in your package manager? Have you got this Visual Studio editor installed? I don't think you need a Visual Studio Code editor. I could probably remove these. Have you got this installed? And if you do have that installed, try going to Edit, Preferences, External Tools, and setting Visual Studio here. And let me know how those work. BCS diff tools. No idea what that is. Axis merge, win merge, beyond compare, source gear diff merge. Interesting. Revision control diff, that's merge. Image application opened by father. That's weird. We're gonna try those. User for Android, so you don't need to worry about these. These are super long though. Key stores desired location. I should change that, but it's long. So the animator, where was I? Animator, idle 1, and then I make another transition back here. This should be condition idle
new signal whose origin point would send us
idle and idle index equals 0. Yeah, I should change these names really to be idle 0. It's going to be a little bit confusing down the line. And this just does the whole animation.
Still fought to bind themselves to a greater divinity, a power beyond their own understandings. The same techniques that they had before, these Vex had somewhat successfully bound themselves into this power, and they had achieved a form of apotheosis.
But I don't know, do I just want... Oh,
as we
what
followed
happened?
the signal deeper,
Keep clicking this, it's so annoying how it's easy, so easy to close.
At first, we had always assumed that this was a great mesa, a great stone structure that lay at the heart of the Black Garden. Upon further inspection,
Yeah, that seems okay.
it was in fact the remnants of a great tree, though there were no branches and no trunk,
And towards
only
it.
a burnt and withered stump. Eris would later discover that this burnt
Okay, well, if I
stump was
copy
the
and
remains of a
paste
tree of
this.
silver wings. Who destroyed it and why is a matter of great debate.
Idle.
But at the apex of what was
2.
left of this stump,
Make
beneath a lake of
transition.
radiolarian Vex fluid, we discovered that at the
Has
heart of the
exit
tree was
time.
another veiled statue, and it was here that the artifact's signal concluded. And when we returned,
I'll say
having
0.9.
chased this signal all the way through the garden, it began to change again.
Fixed duration.
Eris informed us that after this
0.9,
discovery, the artifact had communicated
1.2.
further. Though these communications were not visions, they were
0.9,
messages of a more complex
1.2.
nature. They were messages that seemed as though they came from a different creator. It is through these messages that we learned
That
of
looks
the initial
okay.
idea of a
And then,
creation myth, of the gardener and the grower,
copy
and how
paste.
the balance of existence before time was undone by the
Armature
gardener's
3.
choices. What part of this might be lies, and what part of it might be truth is still unclear. But what does seem clear is that whoever wrote it is not
0.9.
the same as the one who made contact with us
1.2.
in the garden through the artifact initially. One speaks stating we will arrive, and the other states I am majestic. There are many mysteries to these communications. from the
Looks
artifact.
okay.
Some we may understand should we venture into the heart of the traveller. The artifact wasn't the only thing that sprung to life.
I didn't really need to do the little bounce back bit at the end, but
Recent events,
I'm not going to fuss about it. Make transition.
they took the opportunity to resurrect the undying mind, which fled into many different timelines across the garden and made copies of itself.
Has
so that it
exit
was
time.
guaranteed to succeed in its mission, and it could not be allowed to accomplish its purpose and return the
It's
heart
weird how
of
I can't
life
change
to
exit
life.
time when it
As the
happens.
whole of the
I
light
guess it's because it doesn't
creation
actually make a difference, it
should
just
be
happens
destroyed
straight away.
for good. Facing this threat head on would be Akure's
0.3.
task. She worked to construct a device that would be able to pull the copies of the undying mind from every timeline and would allow us to destroy it for good. And with its destruction,
Make transition.
the Guardians would change the course of history irrevocably. And would
Has
hasten the
exit
march of
time.
all things to come.
0.3.
With the destruction of the undying mind, looming shadows would encroach upon us once more. They would arrive sooner than we could have realized.
That looks
In opposition to these
okay.
forces,
So we'll say
Old legends would also rise, and even time itself would not stop them from returning to us in our
focus
greatest hour of
trigger is
need.
true. Oh,
It was clear in this time that we were
focus
marshalling
trigger
for war.
and
Two sides of an eternal conflict were
oh
starting
god,
to square
focus
up,
trigger is
and
true.
we needed reinforcements.
And
First of which would
focus
come from a
index
place
is
that
2.
spoke of paradoxes and the corridors of time itself.
This is focus trigger is true and focus. Sorry, no. This is idle trigger. I'm a 4. And idle index is 1 equals 1. Idle what? Idle 0, idle 1, idle 2. Sup, bro? I'm at the restaurant. I don't know which restaurant, but I hope it's good.
Final copy of the undying mind.
What is on the menu today? What are we eating? Oh, I'm hungry. I need to eat something as well.
Simulations began pointing to a single distinct future possibility. Osiris would explore this new world that repeated through every simulation, and saw that it led to the destruction of the last city and to a monolithic structure looming over it in victory. He communicated this to Ikora, and was aware that a terrible threat would soon be upon them. But prior to this, Osiris had also been busy on Mercury trying to investigate other things. He had constructed a device called the Sundial, and it was a remarkable machine. It allowed him to tell passageways used by the rest to time travel, but they could be used by others to do the same. With the correct temporal coordinates, Osiris knew what he wanted to do. He wished to influence things to change.
Gosh darn watch needs to stop ringing, man.
To make sure
I have to
that
be able
his
to turn it
greatest
off.
error would not haunt him any longer. He would try to bring back his long-lost love, Saint 14. Saint 14's death was his
So
greatest
loud.
regret, and as
So
he
very
first
loud.
ventured into the seemingly endless corridors of time,
Much love, Strider, for stopping by.
scouting as far as he could.
You can't hear me, hello? Testing, testing. Should be able to. Oh, well, thanks for, I'll just say,
Not in the right way,
thanks for stopping by.
After a long time of trying, he left his sundial deactivated on Mercury and returned
Oh, my
to
neck.
his other business. But it was here that another force.
I don't know why, I feel like my audio should be
To
working.
their defeat, the Red Legion was
I can
still
see that
looking
it
for
says
the
mic's
Legion
up when I
advantage in
speak.
this system, and in particular, their leadership at the time had fallen to a small group of
What is
Sunni
restricted
players
mode? Jesus, I don't know. Sounds scary.
and saw
I've
that
not
its
messed with
Sunni
restricted
potential
mode.
to change the course of history. And so they decided to make use of it
Get
for
Visual
themselves,
Studio Code, it's so
fighting
much
their
easier to
efforts
use.
Past, present, and future.
I don't know, is it easier to use? I feel like they're all the same, to be honest. Once you get set up, it's quite straightforward. Focus. Make transition. Make transition, so this will be... doesn't have an exit time. Instead, it just says, yo, focus equals true. And it says, yo,
Realizing his
focus
error,
equals false.
Osiris quickly recalled the Guardians and asked us to use the sundial to venture into these different contained timelines so that we would be able to destroy the flares within each one. This would stop them from enacting their plan and rewriting the course of history for their own benefit.
Yeah, I don't think I need to change the
Copies of
the
these three Scion
how that actually
flares,
looks, because
and in each timeline we would
that's
bring
not
them
really a
to
thing.
heel, destroying them for good. But the sundial was not originally made with the purpose of chasing the Scions. Osiris had originally made it
That should
to
be
recover
fine.
Saint 14, and when we brought the perfect paradox, Saint's shotgun, into proximity with the sundial, the two reacted. Perfect Paradox managed to transmit a pair of temporal coordinates to us.
Yeah, when there's no exit time, it ignores exit time, but for some reason, moving this changes
Following
stuff.
these coordinates, we were able to follow the corridors for ourselves, and in doing so,
Even though it shouldn't.
find Saint. Following the first set of coordinates,
Yeah, it doesn't make any
we
sense.
ventured into the
I
corridors
don't have a
and found
transition offset.
ourselves standing up on the shores of the
Weird,
perfect
very
paradox
weird.
that
Okay, so let's go into our
we immediately heard a
this
transmission
here,
from Saint 14, who had
and
been
just
sent
say,
this time with his colonial
hey,
expedition
floating
by the
eye.
Speaker to reclaim Mercury, the garden world for humanity. He had unwittingly run into the fallen House of Rain.
we should have a...
They were tearing his people apart, the people that Saint had sworn to protect. He was all that was left. I rushed to his side, intervening and pushing back the fallen forces. But Saint was
Where's the floating eye
proclaiming the
animation
seemed
or
hopeless.
controller? Here.
After the battle,
Enemy floating eye. I'll just make it a serialized property so I don't mess with stuff.
we had recovered from
This can
Saint
also go
14's
down
corpse.
here.
Perfect paradox.
Serialized field,
This
transform
shotgun that we
body.
had remade in the infinite
Embody.
forge of the Caloris lighthouse.
So this is serialized as well.
We gifted it to Saint,
I'll put it down here.
and his spirits were immediately lifted.
No idea what this is doing.
He was even more
Oh, 'cause
encouraged
I've
by what our ghost
cut
decided
that
to
off
show him next.
because I'm a fool.
A
I'm a
holographic
gosh
display
darn
of the
fool.
city as it was in our time.
I'll just put
Not
these up.
some meager camp beneath the traveller.
Weird to have them low down, but it is what it is.
Walls, but a true thriving place of life and safety. When we were pulled out, we prepared quickly to head to the second set of coordinates. At first, we saw the changes in our timeline already starting to bear fruit. We picked up an distress signal from Saint 14's ghost, Geppetto. When we went to recover it,
Already
we
seen it, mate,
surrounded by
but
dead
you'll
Vex,
get a
who
laughing
showed us
face
audio playback
just because I'm a
of
generous
Saint
god.
14's death.
Okay.
And so, determined to prevent this tragedy from happening, we followed the second set of coordinates.
Do I want to move this
Near where the tomb
screen?
of Saint 14
No, that's alright.
would
It
be,
says usernames being
found it in
truncated,
the
but they really
forest.
haven't.
The Titan was still alive. There was still hope. Here, we got our chance to stop the construct that would have drained Saint 14's light, and it would have left him.
See, I'm getting messages from everyone. Even deliveries like, yo, hear me on your watch. It's very distracting. I'm gonna Google it.
To drain the light of Saint 14 specifically. So when we
Stop.
it was on an even footing.
Messages.
It tried to contain us desperately.
Pixel watch.
But before it could destroy us, Saint broke free of his bonds and shattered the martyr mind. He had survived. He had lived. And now, all of the forces of the Infinite Forest would feel his wrath. They had channeled all of their energy, all of their production into making one singular mind to counter him. They would not be able to recreate one. Saint thanked us for our assistance and stated that he would stay in the Infinite Forest, meeting us the long way round.
Under settings, I have to do this on my watch.
Time as we sped back to the present day, and in front of one of the time-locked Vex gates that presented itself on Mercury by the lighthouse sundial, Saint 14 strode forth once again, delivering yet more Vex to their graves, even as he finally emerged from the Infinite Forest.
Set alarms and manage notifications on Google Pixel Watch. On your phone.
The sundial, we had changed the course of history.
Don't fail me.
We had returned a legend. We had saved Saint 14. His return to the tower was a moment of awe and wonder, and after much fanfare and celebration, Saint and Osiris were able to take a moment for their long overdue reunion.
Tap a watch or phone
return of
app
the
from the
legendary
list
Titan
to turn its
would do nothing
notifications
to
on
stop
or off.
Scions in their determination, though.
Mute watch
Their control
notifications.
slipping, Tazarok, Nerul, and Ozletk began a process of merging to create a far more powerful force that might oppose the Guardians and salvage their plan. The merging would mean they would cease to exist, subsumed into this greater construct. Amtek was told that if their plan failed, she was to deliver their vengeance, and thus the other three Flayers ceased to be, and their combined
Wonder if that
form,
works. I
Enotarn,
just don't
was
know.
created. But
I
even
just
their
don't know.
last desperate bid to stop us was not enough. The Flayers fell, and their control of the sundial was completely lost. Osiris would move to quickly make plans to properly decommission the sundial, but not before we ventured once more into the corridors of time for ourselves. Initially, our first investigations and explorations were blind endeavors, but following the codes that had been discerned by some of the obelisks Osiris set up around the system, we were able to make our way through the corridors to a deeper
Most
set of
recent.
chambers, and in there, we found something remarkable. A time-lost vault. At its heart,
I don't have any messages
there
on my
was a
phone.
grave, but we couldn't actually
I guess
reach
Chase
its
probably isn't
center.
terrible. She's gonna be like,
To do
hey,
so, we
you
would
spent
need
this
to
much
take a
money.
longer and far more complicated pathway through the corridors that took a significant amount of time to map. When we
Heavy's
did
probably
finally
fine.
complete the pathway, we stood before the
Skype?
grave of a
Who uses
guardian,
Skype?
and as the words of Saint 14 echoed out around us, we learned that this was
I've
not
got way
just
too many
a
apps on this
grave,
phone, man.
it was our own. We had just glimpsed our own death, with all the uncertainty that a moment like that could
Alright, back to it.
We had saved Saint 14 by venturing into the corridors of time. Was it possible that we had doomed ourselves by saving Saint? To this day, we still don't know. As Saint read out our many titles and accomplishments, we still did not know what had ended our lives. Perhaps we will find out when we venture into the pale heart of the Traveller. Perhaps not. But there would be many who would try between now and then.
Okay, so focus hash.
And she would try to take
Let's
her
make a
vengeance on the
serialized field
Guardians.
thing. Put the body. Let's put prop S animator. Animator. Target in line of sight. If target's not in line of sight equals null. Otherwise animator.set to bool. Hash. Focus hash. In LOS. So that should work on its own. Other than that, we can have a update.
The sundial for the scions to show just how dangerous they could truly be.
Update if owners return.
Her face, but she would know ours, and she knew that in order to defeat the Guardians, she would need to destroy the city and the Traveler. It was no good to just kill an individual when they could be resurrected. She would need to find a way of severing their powers. The cage was gone, Gaul was defeated, and the Red Legion forces were mostly still scattered.
That should be fine as well, because I actually don't need to do that. I can just do this here, so it only does the check once. And then let's say, so if we are on the server, because it should all run, the animations anyway. I'll say idle timer. If
whilst they couldn't stop its engines, they could determine its course. It was here that they saw Amtek's
I'll make a float idle timer. There's an update function actually, isn't there? I can do this every server tick instead of doing it so often.
This was not merely the collision of a large space station with Earth.
Combatant base, network spawn, server manager, tick event, set target. Let's change this into a new thing. Protected, override, void, server tick event, server tick, virtual.
She went to Rasputin, who was the one being within Sol capable of deploying the necessary orbital ordnance to stop the Almighty before it hit Earth.
Let's change this to server tick. Not server tick will set target. We can also say, hey, every 5 ticks, play a thing.
We deployed to his bunkers on the moon, I-owned Earth, with the intent of rearming the Warmind and preparing him for this.
Probably want to put this like up here, maybe.
Over the coming months, we would see the Warmind change significantly.
So we'll go back here. I'll say there's update, and there's also server tick. Server tick. Reset server tick. Yeah, so we don't need to do things anymore. We don't need to do is server and all that, because this will always only tick on the server. And let's have an int.
A spy in the Golden Age, an exoframe designated as a Siddhartha golem, something which the Warmind would use to walk amongst the people and better understand them. When Felwinter had been resurrected,
Private const int animation idle animation tick rate equals. How long is a tick? I always forget. I think it's like half a second. So like 20. From here we would claim the infamous weapon known as Felwinter's Lie, and we would see at very least that the Warmind was beginning to grow. There was an echo of something more, something that Anna had helped nurture back in the Golden Age. To this same end of showing his regret, Rasputin would idle animation tick rate should get. In order to gain his trust, Rasputin showed him a map of the ongoing threat and all the information that he had accumulated from his new Warsat network. From this we realized that the Almighty wasn't the only threat in space. The Black Fleet had been gathering on the edges of our system in silence. They were already here, and Rasputin yeah, this needs to be a capital.
They would be in the inner reaches of the system within months.
This should also be a capital. It should be a get set idle animation tick current. I'll say this minus minus if is greater than 0, then continue.
He swore to stand
or return. Otherwise, that equals tick rate. I don't know if rate is a good idea for a name, but that's what it is. And then we'll say
as its ruins fell towards the nearby mountains,
let's say index.
Titanic explosion, the last city still stood.
Idle animation index equals 0, which I don't need to put. I shouldn't need to put that, should I? Interesting. Idle animation index.
Humanity was back. Its great defender was back.
Equals that plus 1 modulus 3. 3?
Ready for it. When it arrived, it would return our worlds to a kind of darkness that they had not known since the collapse. But the preparation that the great powers of the system
Idle animation equals idle animation plus 1 modulus 3. Which I believe should just tick it down every time. I'll just say, hey, we've done this. I can always say log idle animation index, and then we'll say, where are you?
Before the Black Fleet's arrival, Rasputin was approached by the old warlock Osiris. Fellwinter had been Osiris.
I don't need to store this actually.
So it was natural for the warlock to approach with skepticism. Asked Rasputin which side of this
I can
great
just say,
conflict
hey,
he was on. He did not trust the old warlock.
animator
Killed his old mentor. But
dot
Rasputin
set
obliged Osiris by giving him
normal
some kind of deep space anomaly.
set integer.
Osiris took a seed of silver wings. We do not know if this vessel was one of the pyramid ships of the Black Fleet. We do not know if it was something older, deeper, darker. But at Marasov's direction, Osiris would plant this seed in the cradle on Io. The last
Get
time
integer
the had touched down. The seed grew
boosh.
into something magnificent, a second tree of silver wings. And as if drawn from
Plus
luminous boughs,
that equals.
shadows soon followed.
I'll just do this actually.
The Black Fleet was here. The return of the pyramid ships to the system brought with it a dread unlike any that had been felt.
Int
before,
idle
save
index is get the current idle index plus 1 and modulus 3.
Rasputin
Set integer idle that into the new idle index, and we can log idle index as well.
that notion was swiftly cast aside.
And then we'll say animator dot set trigger idle hash idle hash. Let's see if this works. I'll be amazed. I've added a lot of code there, and I should add a little bit more. Let's just say if let's set ball. I just set ball down here, right? So I can do get ball. If brackets get ball return. So does the base server tick for like setting targets and whatnot, and then it ticks down the animation. If the animation, if there's still a tick count, then it's, you know, it returns. So if it's not 0, return. Otherwise, it resets it. And then it says, are we focused? If we have an enemy, then don't do anything. Just return and keep ticking down. I could do a boolean just before all of this instead. That looks better. Let's say if brackets focused is focus is Focused. Is that how spelling works? I just don't know. Prop. Oh, it's focused. Yeah. If is focused return, we can set this here. Is focused equals in LOS. Let's do that.
It seemed over time as though they were trying to tempt us, to invite us to use darkness, to join their side. There were others who were also unsatisfied with this perspective that we were receiving from the Black Fleet. Chief amongst them was the Drifter. He had used the light and dark before.
And let's drag the animator into here.
Limited, and so he made a request of the Nine and asked for them to explain
Play.
the nature of light and dark.
Might take a break at 12. I've only been streaming for an hour 50. Oh, I forgot to record. Do I even need to record? I don't really care that much about recording because I can always just get the footage back from the stream anyway at a certain time. Let's create relay.
We would learn from actions and from experience.
Oh, that's cool.
The Black Fleet was here
Oh, that's so
to
cool.
our worlds, and
The
that
question is, will the
lost to us. In particular,
idle animation spawn?
Io, Titan, and
Not seeing any debugs, sadly.
there's a piece of knowledge that would only be further reinforced as the years went on.
I'm not seeing any debug events. Let's
Dark were not strictly
attach. Oh, this was such a cool dungeon. Was this Divinity? I forget what it was. I used to rock that little racing a bit. I'm so good at Sparrow racing. I can't believe it's not a thing anymore, man. That was the best part of Destiny 1, Sparrow racing.
This revelation was utterly
I was a
fundamental for us to
prodigy.
understand what would come next. It gave us our first hint that the Black Fleet was not actually the truest form of darkness, but a usurper who had used it as a tool, someone or something capable of manifesting it with great potency, not its true source, not its true master. It also quietly pointed to the quite opposite possibility that the light could be wielded by one who was deemed evil by us, an idea that would matter well before the end. As we continued to communicate with the Black Fleet, we would start to see the Tree of Silver Wings change. Every atom within its structure was being fought for by the paracausal energies of light that remained on Io and the emerging darkness of the pyramid vessel above. Every single element within its structure was changing, and the darkness was winning. This would be but a single sign of many. Our worlds were potentially doomed. After many tests, it was determined that the pyramid vessels were impregnable. Nothing would get past their shielding technology. Nothing could
I think I'm going insane. Why are you going insane?
discovered that when struck, vessels
Oh, there you go.
teleported all hostile munitions.
There's been some numbers. Did it work?
They did not even detonate. They did not even strike.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
True.
So it is working as intended.
Were given an order by Commander Zavala.
Every 20 seconds,
Evacuation and a retreat
and then
to
other
the
than that, it
last
just
city.
moves up and down.
Many would follow this order, but some decided to stay.
So 20 seconds or 40 seconds? I think it's 30 seconds is happening. So the next one will be 20 past thing.
His fate is unknown.
Yeah.
Speculated to have been grim. On Titan,
Tick
Vanguard's
rate.
deputy commander, Sloane, had discovered a
Oh, what have I
golden
put
age
this? The
coward
tick rate. I put it as 20.
unparalleled degree of strength. She stayed behind.
So there's a tick every 1.5 seconds.
Knowing that she would fight alone, she might never win.
Maybe I'll set that down to 10.
These trials in the deepest darkness imaginable. On Io, the warlock Ashamir decided to stay to attempt to prevent the secrets of the Vex network from falling
That's pretty cool.
into possession of the Black Fleet. As we left for the last time,
I feel like I want to make the
where he had
animation going to 0 a bit faster.
and would immerse himself into the Vex network, becoming a whisper within its code.
Make it
Where
like
he could
0.2.
discover the secrets that the Vex held, secrets that would be crucial for us to uncover in the coming years.
I put the same animation by accident there as well? Yeah, these both have idle animation 01. I'm a fool. This should be 02. And this should be... Sorry, no, this should be 01. 02, 01, and this should be 0. For some reason it's 2. 01, 02, 03. 01, 02, 03. Also it's going 0, 1, 1 there, which is very weird. I guess because I messed with the actual 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 1. That's very confusing. I shouldn't do that. It's only doing a 1 now. I think maybe because I messed with it. So let's save that, and let's bring the idle animations down to 10 seconds. Although it was actually fine with that tick rate. I might even put it slightly higher. Once every like 20 seconds seems fine. I'm getting insane. There are so many everything, and none of them are fixing. I think this is a new low. Unable to make Flappy Bird. That is tough times. That is tough. And getting stuff set up is quite long. What were you using before for scripting? What was the default one? Why did you change to Visual Studio?
We also saw a strange scene before us. A pyramid vessel within a pyramid vessel.
That's a weird scene. Alright, 10 more minutes then I'll go grab some food. I'm starving. I want to do more than 2 hours of work. Otherwise I'll feel so lazy. But I also just want to get straight back to playing Destiny 2. I'm itching. Who's online? Friends. Some people online, but no one in game. The default one had no benefits, just code, nothing else. What was the default one? I thought Visual Studio was the default one. Because it used to be mono developed, but I swear mono developed doesn't exist anymore. It did suck. It was okay, got the job done, but yeah. I mean, I learnt how to code in mono develop. I don't want to speak ill of mono develop. Let me play this. I should have made this a constant, really. Not for me. What was your default program then? What was it called? Because I don't like I use my custom ones now and have done for ages. Alright, where is your idle animations? It should be every 15 seconds. I should turn this way down just for testing purposes. That one's pretty cool. I think I'm okay with this. No idea. Fair enough. 3 things messing up. That's a lot of things messing up. I like that one, the little turnaround, so that works as well. Do I want to loop them or do I want to do them randomly? I probably want to loop them. And then when he focuses. Oh man, that's so cool. I love that. All the veins growing in. Just a little show off there. I should make I should change the animation times maybe. Can I change these by default? Focus.
Elsie also knew this power and would teach them both to use it without fear of falling to its core.
Can I make this slower?
This was a departure from Elsie's previous actions in previous timelines. In many of the timelines that had come before, she was a prisoner of sorts. She would always see repeated timelines of evolving fates. She would always be able to intervene. In every timeline prior, she had lost. The forces of the witness had been triumphant.
I want this to be faster.
Good had failed.
So this should just be 0, really.
Someone obtained stasis and didn't have a guiding hand to help them control this darkness. Elsie made a change to her plans this time, and in this cycle, instead of trying to lock stasis away, a plan that inevitably failed, she decided that she would teach us to use it. In those previous dark timelines, Eris Morn had betrayed the tower and
I don't know if I can change the transition speeds, sadly.
With little care for her human comrades. Now, with those powers under her control, we stood a fighting chance. Neither her nor the Drifter would fall to corruption. They would be staunch allies. But as the Nine predicted long ago, all fates were converging on us, and we would need to tread this.
Why is this so quick? This feels so much faster.
There was to be a chance for humanity and all of existence to
This one feels
when we arrived on Europa,
a lot
we
slower.
saw that the pyramids were already there, and quickly picked up a distress signal from Varix the Loyal. He had not been seen since he instigated the riot at the Prison of Elders, but now he offered help to us, and was asking for help in return. We were not the first to reach the old scribe, though. His new taskmaster that he had once again chosen to betray was hot on his trail, and quickly she found him as he tried to send his pleas out to the rest of the system. His new leader would be Aramis, the kell of a new rising fallen house.
Where is the end? Why is the idle animation all the way? What?
Born of hatred. This came after her failure to recover Siva. Instead of looking to the old ways, she had discovered a means to use an entirely new
This is
she
weird.
adventured to Europa and immersed herself in the dark power of the Black Fleet.
Oh, I think I know why, because it's doing it based on this, isn't it? So if I turn off fixed duration
As Varix could see,
and I press play, if I change this now to like
created a new
point that.
house known as the House of Salvation, and told them of how they, with their new power, would no longer be bound to the fate of the Great Machine. They would be freed in darkness, and stasis would be how they fought back. She commanded her forces to kill Varix, but we arrived just after she left. With just enough time to save the scribe, he told us to spare him despite his actions leading to the death of Cade. Together we had to focus on Aramis, and we had to stop her before she could use her dark powers to create any further evil. So we ventured straight to her stronghold, a new Alexni city built on top of humanity's Golden Age ruins. Reese reborn. There we saw Aramis'
Why is this not
command
working
of
at all?
stasis and realized that it was too strong to confront. We were forced into a hasty retreat. Returning to Varix, we would yet again start to hear the voice of the witness, or our ghost. Yet again it attempted to draw us in, and it beckoned us to a lonely ice shelf far off in the wastes of Europa. In
It's
those
like a transition to pose instead of transition to.
pyramid ships set down,
Don't know.
awaiting our arrival. Before we could
I
reach it,
don't know.
Elsie Bray, Eris Morn,
Let's try it.
the Drifter intercepted
Let's
us.
say, hey,
And after 7 long years of absence, at last, Elsie had time to explain.
where are we?
She told us of the terrible truth
Focus.
that we would need to learn how to use stasis in order to conquer our foes.
Let's save this first, and then let's save incremental as well, and then what if we just delete all these?
First, we would need to use the splinters from the Black Fleet's vessels to control our stasis powers. Aramis had hunted down Varix initially because he had stolen one of them. Acquiring more splinters over time gave us more control and a greater connection to our stasis powers. We would acquire these splinters from some of Aramis's greater commanders, such as Praxis the Technocrat.
It's like this isn't even really an animation now, though. Does that work? If I just save this,
Weakened Aramis's Dark Council.
if I export with default, does that work?
More reckless, and thus her vulnerabilities could be exploited. Commander Zavala would eventually take note and arrived on Europa to give us some necessary intelligence and something of a dressing down. We would need to be controlled now that we had this strange dark power, and more importantly, a threat threat assessment needed to be made.
Yeah, maybe not.
Zavala made it clear that he did not approve of our use of stasis, but he still gave us the intelligence we needed to continue our fight.
Maybe I just make it like one thing long.
Parties to the Cosmodrome, including one of her sub-commanders known as Bacchus. We went to the Cosmodrome and prevented.
Let's go open recent.
Reinforcing the House of
Don't save.
Salvation with dozens of spider attacks.
And I go Control Shift
Aramis
S.
would grow more desperate
Yes.
still, heading to the
So
Vex
there's the
with glory
focus. What if I
over
just
the
change this
waters
to
of the
one
Vex
frame?
air. These forces would slow us down, or perhaps kill us if Aramis was lucky. Varix pleaded with her not to do this, though. It would be harmful to her own people, but she would not be swayed. She claimed that all her actions were made in service to Reese and to her people. The portal that opened at the end of
I
the
want.
past
Let's
month
let's go
led to a
export.
Vex forge star known as Volantis 2082,
Default
and
export.
soon the Vex would begin to pour forth
So the
fiery and fluid.
so the problem with restricted mode is it disables everything, including C#. I'm using Java. What do you mean you're using Java? I'm using Java.
The Exos were born.
I'm not sure what you mean by including C#. I'm using Java.
Trax awaited it with her own
There shouldn't be anything to do with Java for when you're working.
pouring forth and began to swarm Reese.
That's like only when you're shipping to mobile to Android. That's the only time you ever care about Java stuff.
Ascended to the summit
You used to be able to use JavaScript in Unity, but not for a long time.
darkness.
So yeah, it shouldn't be a Java thing,
We had learned to control
to my
the
knowledge.
moon instead of allowing it to control us.
Oh god, my eyes.
Our power came not
Just
from
digging
the
them out. Alright, it's 12. I'm gonna grab some food in a sec.
Aramis could
Let me make
stand
sure this still
against
works.
us for only so long. She
What does
was
this look
frozen in
like?
place by the very power that she claimed would be her liberation. The witness does not abide failure, and whilst it had failed to corrupt us, Aramis had failed in turn to kill us. So she would bear the brunt. She would be imprisoned for her failure here until the witness saw a use for her again. Her power was momentarily ended. But a few of her
Why is it
commanders
doing this?
still remained. The House of Salvation
This is how it should look.
would be so easily killed even after the death of its Kel.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
we had to hunt them down as well. First, there was Cridis, the Dark Priestess, who made herself quite visible and was easy to hunt.
No, I'm exporting in the wrong place. Models, enemies, floating eye.fpx.
They had fled to the Deep Stone Crypt. Elsie made it clear that
There we go.
we needed to pursue them with all haste.
Focus.
The greatest secrets could not fall into the hands of the House
Okay,
of
so this
Salvation.
now looks like it's
Crypt was
working-ish.
defended by an unconventional AI of sorts, as well as many of the House Salvation troops that had accompanied Aramis's remaining commanders. The AI warned us.
What else? Let's just say
interfering with
transition offset 0,
let us know that
transition
the
duration
response to ignore it would be
0.1 second.
But we had to stop the House of Salvation, and in the deepest parts of the crypt, we saw the last two leaders,
0,
one
1.
of whom was very familiar. There was Atrax, who had used the power of the Deep Stone Crypt to
That's
become
instant.
one of the first Exo-Elixni. Dozens of copies of her spread out throughout the facility, ready to do battle with us.
Maybe like
Then there was
0.8.
Tanix the Scarred, the legendary fallen mercenary.
You're not having a good time simultaneous. What's going on?
Banner until Aramis
And
gave
what if
him
we
cause
transition
to
this
his
to like
purpose.
2?
As we discovered Tanix, we also discovered the veiled statue that had been used by Clovis Bray
That looks
to
okay.
alter the collected radiolarian fluid from the glassway. Turned out that this
That looks
collected fluid
okay. So let's see what that looks like.
component to create
So many
a
focuses.
The great secret of their creation was revealed.
And it goes back.
There was darkness within all of them. Every single one. Tanix fled into orbit where Clovis Bray's space station, the Morning Star, was waiting, locked geosynchronously to the Deep Stone Crypt below.
Oh man, I'm liking the little lie. I think it's quite cute.
And the station
And horrific.
ordered to reach Tanix, but not before defeating nearly a dozen copies of Atrax.
I need to have it so like when you shoot it goes pff. No, I'm not. I'm very sad. That is a big part of programming. I have a script compiler error and I don't have a script yet. What's the compiler error? Feel free to send some screenshots, by the way, in the Discord. Just tell me if you do so. Well, I might get notifications. I don't know. I'll make a little text channel and say code help. Is that a good name for it? Code help. Programming help. I don't know. I can come up with a better name than that. A place to post your dev problems. I'll just say dev help. Dev help? Dev assistance? Dev. I'll say dev. Place to post your dev stuff. Problems. And the like. Problems or show offs. I already have something for show off. Place to post your dev stuff. Problems. And the like.
But he was far more resilient than we had initially realized. As we climbed out of the wreckage of the station, we were into the crypt. The entirety of Europa's surface would be covered in the wreckage of the Morning Star. The whole station had come crashing down, and the crypt was breached. And there, in front of the crypt,
I should make this another one here. Has exit time. Focus. True. Has exit time. Oh, no, has exit time. So what's this Discord about? A Discord help? Oh, you're not on the Discord. There's a link in the description for the Discord. I just added a text channel for dev, so you can get dev help.
The crypt was unlocked. The deepest secrets of Europa were revealed to us. As it turned out, the crypt AI that we had been interacting with was no AI at all. It was the reactivated remnants of Clovis Bray the First. His story on Europa is a strange one. As it turns out, 2 copies of his mind were made. One had ended up on Europa and had stayed here in this giant mechanical head. It was about as close to the original Clovis as it had always been.
Excuse me. Fixturation. 0.08.
Become an exo whose first designation was Clovis 1. That version of Clovis Bray, long ago in the Golden Age, had been one of the leaders who helped to rally the exos to fight off the invading Vex.
Focus equals true. Make transition. Has exit time. Fixturation. Focus equals true. This is becoming a bit of a tangle, but it's fine.
He decided to change his name, going instead from Clovis 43 on his last reset.
Oh, so there we go. There we go. So now whenever it does a animation, we can just cancel it. I should have it so it doesn't shoot straight away. Like when it focuses, I should have the attack timer tick down really. And probably the idle timer as well. I should have this here. Where's the attack? Where is the attack? Ah, my back. Oh.
Would begrudgingly help us to learn the last of Stasis's secrets, and we would ultimately gain mastery over the element for ourselves without the risk of
where is the attack? Come on, attack called by combatant base update. I should probably just do server text, to be honest. If I just do this as well, instead of this, I do. You did it. Okay, sweet. Let me go check that in a sec. Let me delete this update. I'll do set target and then I'll do attack. Where were we? Discord. Help. Great. Using system collections. Okay, so it's just a blank script. Where's the actual error though? Post the error that you seem to be getting. Restricted mode is intended for safe code browsing. Trust this window to enable all features. Yeah, you should. Yeah, I think restricted. You should turn off restricted mode. I assume that's just like because you always have to trust a project before you can edit it usually. So if you go manage, there should be some way to trust it, but that shouldn't cause an issue just yet. I'm assuming this is a brand new. Interesting. What happens if you press manage? Oh, this is Visual Studio Code as well. This is a Visual Studio. You've got VS Code installed. I'm pretty sure this is VS Code, right? It's not Visual Studio. If you hover over the application, what's it called? Because Visual Studio looks quite different. Oh, there's multiple screenshots. In restricted mode, yeah. So what happens if you press trust in this trusted window? Cannot be located. What happens if you press get the SDK? Does that work? It's weird though, because I thought that would have been installed by default.
However, without his light, he was not only mortal, far weaker. He did not have
but yeah, have you set up? Have you got the thing here? As I said, the you don't want this one. You want this one now. Have you got Visual Studio Code Editor installed and updated with the little tick? That one there.
We found him just before the night struck. But so did a familiar face who stepped out of the shadows
not build settings.
Blade,
yeah, right. So yeah, tell me when after you've done that, and see if it makes a difference. It might not, but you also need it anyway in the long run. So go for it. Let me. Where's my other debug message in here? Let me turn this off because I don't need it anymore.
In the 2 years since he had been risen in the light, Crow had found himself in the employ of the Spider, who had found him after the resurrection and press-ganged him into service. The Spider had secured Crow's cooperation by placing an explosive
so I don't need this anymore. I can just do virtual.
Ensuring that if Crow ever steps
I can just do void.
line,
and that's the look at function, which is what I want. So tech timer equals minus equals times 2. We don't want to do that. We want to do minus minus. We want to change a tech timer to an int.
This was an imminent threat, one that Crow had to take seriously. He had seen a system that shot back at him at every opportunity, that gave him no reason to trust.
And that'll be however many times we attack per tick now. So attack speed. Or reload speed, it should be called. No, it shouldn't be reload speed, attack speed. So every 5 ticks do an attack, for example. You can always lower. I feel like maybe I should lower the tick rate. Server tick current equals 1.5f. This should be a constant. Private float. Oh, I already have it here. Let's just put this 0.5f. How do I get the thing to download Visual Studio Code? It's the package manager, which you can get from Windows somewhere. Windows General? Oh, there it is, package manager underneath the asset store. So Windows package manager.
He delighted in telling stories to children. He delighted in the simple good of friendship. And we began to see for ourselves that there was indeed good in him. But this was not the same villain who had killed Cade, and that this was not the same cold prince that we had met Upon our first moments entering the reef, this was a different man.
I shouldn't have told you that. I'm trying to be a better teacher. A teacher doesn't just tell people what to do. They're supposed to encourage self-discovery, which I used to hate at my old job. Every time I'd ask a question, they'd be like, Google it. I'm like, oh man, come on, just tell me the answer. I know you know. But no, that is the play. You got to be like, Google it, and then if you don't have the answer in the next 3 minutes, then return to me and I'll tell you the answer. Or tell you how to Google it better. That is the only skill you have as a programmer, just literally the ability to Google shit, because everything you do as a programmer will have been done before by someone else, several times. So you'll never need to come up with an answer for yourself until you get very, very deep into programming. Yeah, learning to learn is essentially the basis behind it. Like in school you don't really learn to learn, they just tell you what you need to know. But at university and later on in the working world, it's all just about learning how to learn. Which probably isn't great. I feel like school should probably teach you that as early as possible. That should probably be all. They should just teach you how to think and find the answers. So, probably not stop playing that and go up here. So we'll change the tick rate to 0.5. And in the floating eye we can say, hey, do a animation every 10, so that's 5 seconds. This was it, and then before it was 3 times, so every 30 seconds? Every 20 seconds do a tick, do a idle animation.
Shot of the traveller, and there, something was waiting for us. A broken effigy of a weapon from our past. Hawk Moon. It was nothing but a shell, but with the aid of the light it could be remade. This weapon was made of the same material as the traveller's outer shell, a paracausal flesh.
Okay, that minus, and that says get that attack speed, so that's the tick rate. So I did the things. Have you set it in your thing as well? And only 2 things came up. Alright, sweet. So like halfway there. Have you tried going to have you done this part yet? Visual Studio Code Editor and Visual Studio Code. Yeah, those are the 2 things you need. So have you got the external tool set up? So if you get edit preferences, Visual Studio Editor. Yeah, I mean you can have both. I don't think it makes a difference. Like I have both. I don't have either one installed, but yeah. So just install those and then go to Preferences, External Tools, and make sure Visual Studio Code is set up here. And then see how it goes. Edit Preferences. Ooh, what's that little noise? Actually, a little beep boop. I have no idea. Could be anything.
And as the threat of Zivor Arath faded away, Crow had that chance to prove himself as a new and true guardian. It would become even clearer than ever in time, heralded by the sound of stomping feet and heavy metal. Once more, the Cabal were on the march. But this time, they were not the Cabal that we had known. The Scout Legions, the Red Legion, were all broken. Their leaders scattered. This time, we would face not a legion, but a people.
I didn't play this one. I think this was like the into the thing. This was the cool expansion.
But by an empress.
Ugh, my neck. So where's my floating eye enemy? Floating eye enemy. So what's your attack speed, eh? Attack speed 3, so he attacks every 1.5 seconds. Previously it was every 3 seconds, I guess. So this should be 6 now. Let's just edit preferences, and then you can get to
with an offer.
external tools from there.
Join her forces with ours.
And it's the top one.
Play our side against the darkness and evil. In return,
I need to get some water, but when I get up it'll be a thing. Lazy.
and submit one from amongst our own ranks.
Oh, see, that was another time I should have said Google it. I'm too eager to help. It's terrible. It's terrible.
This was not a choice that Zavala was willing to make. But true to her word and to her honor, she would not make war on us for a simple refusal of an alliance on her own terms. Zavala and Osiris were permitted time to leave unharmed. But from this first meeting, we risked a cold war with what remained of the Cabal Empire. Keitel had arrived in a whirlwind fashion from Toro
I wanted to. I changed this for a reason.
in Sol to join to her cause with great haste. She offered them
Why
glory
was
in
it?
ways
Oh
that
yeah.
were
So
all and placed
when I
upon
set a
them
new target,
eyes to
the attack
become
counter
chosen
resets.
warriors. Behind this urgent marshalling of forces,
Attack time
there
equals
was a
get
bitter
stat attack
tragedy at
speed.
play. Keitel had seen the Cabal homeworld of
And
Torobatl fall to Zivur Wrath's
new
forces.
target equals
didn't
null.
trust
Otherwise, current
Sol
target equals new
like
target.
Paul did. She needed an alliance with the Zivur Wrath's enemies, and she needed the remaining forces of the Scout Legion.
Is this
and
ticked
Red
every
Legions.
time target in line of
She didn't
sight?
want the light itself. She wanted the aid of the light to save her people. But she had just asked us to bow to her when our home had been invaded by her very own soldiers. They had brought humanity low and had nearly destroyed us. We could not simply oblige her and could not provide her with the alliance that she sought on her own terms. The war that brewed
If
between
target equals
Vanguard
current
and
target,
forces of
continue.
Keitel's ascendancy never boiled over into proper conflict. Instead, we would play a delicate diplomatic.
Where's the range? Target distance.
Game of sorts. Keitel was
Bodied
inviting
opposition.
champions from across
Target
the system,
main
and with
transform
enough support, she'd
opposition.
easily rally all of the Cabal forces. They would then easily be able to force the Vanguard into submission.
Current
through a
target
more
distance.
deadly proposition than the original alliance. And thus, Osiris opted for a different strategy.
I should put this
We
here.
would personally enter into the trials that Keitel was putting forward for her forces, and as we entered, we would destroy them,
Let's say
preventing unsuccessful champions from emerging amongst the remnants. This would keep Keitel's forces weak, and if nothing else, would mean that the Empress would need more time to rally her forces.
current
Osiris
target
would also adopt another change.
equals null.
Been brought into the city.
So if it's null, then we do that. If it's not null, then it's current target dot body. Main transform dot position.
In order to keep his identity secret, only in moments of silence and solitude would he remove it.
Minus body position.
One night, within the city gardens, Zavala also sought solitude, but neither he nor Crow was alone. A scion assassin
Oh, I can change this.
within the
What is this
city
beeping I
walls,
keep hearing? I'm so
and their
confused.
goal was to take the light
You're hearing that beeping, or is that just me?
before they could carry out their mission. Zavala spotted them.
I'm losing
and
it.
dispatched of them. Not before Commander Zavala saw his face, and for but a moment beheld the man who had killed his best friend. For a brief glimpse,
I should move this up here.
probably that night,
Um,
but the mystery of the situation
current
didn't end
target
there.
distance.
Through various communications, Keitel insisted that she would not send forces to assassinate her rivals.
Current target equals
At the
null.
time, that notion made sense. Keitel had acted
And it's
with
positive to
honor, and if
infinity,
she wished
otherwise
to
it's
employ
this.
underhanded tactics in her battle against us, we would likely have seen it earlier in play. There was a point at which
No, that's,
Scion ciphers directly aimed their swords at
okay, let's just do
Zavala
this
and
equals
Osiris in the first meeting. But Keitel had let them leave. She
this.
had not ordered them to be killed there, even though she could have. Using an assassin did not seem to be her style. Something else was at play here.
Let's say
Regardless,
if
these kind of events accelerated tensions within the Vanguard, and so Zavala, Saladin, and Osiris agreed
can do
on
some
the
nested if
plan.
statements, which is terrible.
Zavala would involve
It's only me. Oh god, it's terrifying.
two Cabal champions would traditionally face off against each other in this ancient practice, but instead, we Guardians would face Keitel's chosen champion.
So let's cut this out, put it here, and then we'll say
An armistice would be agreed to on our
equals
terms. The Cabal and humanity would at very least
direction dot magnitude.
But if Keitel won, our original terms would be satisfied, and Zavala
If it's
join as a
if
branch
the target is ranged, then we do clear and target in LOS.
and the Vanguard would effectively be dissolved. Ignovan, even though he
I think it should work. Some very long code here, but let's give it a try. And also let's open up a second parallel user just to test it. God, alright. I'll play this now, just test it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, I'll fix it when I get back. And then I will take just a break to grab some coffee and a banana and maybe work for another hour. Oh god, I started like 3 hours late and I'm gonna probably finish like 2 hours early. I'm doing no work, but I want to bun because it's Destiny season. Create relay. Oh god.
Would be able to drain the light from a Guardian by caging their ghost, thus rendering them mortal. Zavala's ghost, Taj, was hit by one such round, and temporarily, Zavala became mortal. The sniper had made a perfect opening for a scion close to Zavala to strike him down. Crow took the initial blow meant to end the commander's life, and his mask was shattered in this moment. His cover was blown. That sacrifice would have been for nothing if the next swing against Zavala had actually landed.
I never saw any of this.
And knowing that this would be the undoing of any possible peace between her and the Guardians,
Create relay.
Keitel grabbed the scion, lifted it into the air, and slammed it to the ground, killing it before it could land the blow.
Not in range there.
She insisted that she had not ordered this attack, but that she would be able to find the weapon.
Okay, it's shooting.
And so the armistice went forward.
So it doesn't just shoot straight away now. So every time it finds an enemy, it focuses and then it has the cooldown before firing. One Mississippi, 2, 3. So yeah, it's probably every 3 seconds again. Is that what I set it to? Oh man, that's so cool. I love the eye animation. I think it's really cool. I am liking that. Where's the attack timer? It'll be here. 6, yeah, so it's every 3 seconds it fires. And every like 20 seconds or something it does an idle animation. So I'll throw in another eye just so I can test with 2 at once, and then I'll throw in another, what's it called? Oh my god, those beeps are so annoying. What are they? Where are you coming from? It's from my headphones, but I don't know why. Yeah, the animations are working, the idle animations. And those animations. Oh man, that's so cool! Oh man, I'm really proud of that. I'm happy with that eye, I must say. Okay, I am going to go grab a coffee. It is, what time is it? 27 past. So let me go on BRB and then I can time how long it takes me to get coffee. Last time it was 5 minutes. I want to get that down to minimum time in order to get a banana and a coffee and new stuff. Also, I should probably put my desk to standing because I've become super lazy. Alright, BRB! I have returned. I went to grab a banana and I came back with a slice of cake because I am 0 for 0 when it comes to self-control. So I figured it out. The issue is to turn off restricted mode, you need to download the SDK. If it's running your terminal, and the school issued laptops have terminal restricted. Interesting. So you're on a school laptop, you're not on your own laptop. That is quite annoying. I'm not sure how you'd fix that. I don't remember ever needing to have like any sort of administrative privileges for that kind of stuff. Oh, this cake is so good. What was wrong with the IDE you were using before, the default one? I feel that. But your school gives you laptops, that's quite fun. I guess that's probably what happened after COVID, right? Because everyone had to work from home, so you probably had to give kids laptops. I'm not sure what changed between which and what. Is this the default version you're using? The IDE you currently have? Because again, I don't know what the default IDE is, or the default code program. We also found a different kind of infestation. I do not recognise this mission, although it looks very similar to the one that you play on Earth.
With the strange fungal life form known as egregore, a vast web of fungal spores built upon the fabric of death itself. As we delved deeper into the vessel, we realized that we needed to use these spores in order to access deeper parts of it. Connecting to that network opened our mind and would allow us to see things.
So much lore. Destiny's been out for way too long.
One that left us.
It's like when you're watching like World of Warcraft lore and it's like 50 hours long. Like, surely it's over.
Whenever we ran these missions, Osiris and Titan would run tactical with us. And Osiris was able to find and decrypt various logs from the Glycan. He found Catabases' story, and we found our way to what remained.
Well, that was not what I'd call a healthy breakfast, but it was banging.
Consumed. His ghost had brought him back so many times that it refused to resurrect him again. And Catabases had to put him down. The only thing left to remember the dead man's tale by was his ghost, a beautiful piece of Ex Mechanica engineering, also strung up.
The old dead man's tale. Is that a good weapon?
There was something else. Near the remains of Catabases, we found the artifact that had caused so much strife.
Alright, I was going to test this on a second monitor.
Osiris, so that he might investigate it further, and so that he might contain it safely.
Parallel sync, clones manager, open a new editor.
Used to link to the witness. It's worth remembering that prior to that moment, it had been placed on the head of Galran, and it had served another Dark Master. And soon, she would make her next.
Alright, I have been streaming for 2 hours 50. Pretty sure I wasted a lot of time there. Remember to stand up, stretch, hydrate and grab a snack. I've already done it, Bife, but thank you for the concern.
Greetings everyone, my name is Dave here again. Just really quickly, jumping in here to say thank you for watching and I hope you're enjoying so far. And also to thank again...
I should switch to standing mode so I feel less gross. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Okay, where's my second monitor? Oh, it's still loading. So I can cut something out, I'm sure. Make a devlog. One day I will do these things. Ping base aim. I haven't done that. Fixed targeting. Ugh, I'm so dumb. I actually remember writing fixed targeting and I was like, it's too vague. I'm not going to remember what that means. And then I was like, oh, I'll figure it out. I actually remember having that conversation in my head. What I don't remember is what fixed targeting meant. But I guess we will now have to figure it out. I need another monitor, man. I need another like little mini monitor just for my boy Bife, honestly. I don't. That's already way too many distractions.
It could mean an increase in the lawlessness of the city in the short term, but it would also mean long-term problems, dwindling crops and food production, a lack of solar power generation, and a general rise in the unrest of the city. All the while, there was the mood across the city that things could potentially get even worse. Nobody understood the true extent of the Vex's power, or whether this was the precursor to an invasion that they might soon make. But Ikora Ray had a plan. Whilst there were experts on the Vex within their own ranks, this particular issue required an altogether different touch. We had previously interacted with the Elixir's bioengineers, body hackers, and masters of computers, the splicers. As it turned out, we had also met with an Elixir that was inclined to help us, an Elixir who was well versed in these skills. Mithrax, the formerly Forsaken, had been working in the background to grow his Elixir House of Light, and had made some great strides toward his goal of creating allies of the Great Machine. We picked up a signal on Europa and helped to defend him and his people against a group of Vex that had shot down his fleeing skiff. To stave off the Vex, Mithrax used
my
his
second
skills
one
as a slicer
open yet?
to open a portal for us into the
Yes.
itself.
Great relay.
Into some simulation that
I
day.
guess we'll figure out what the issue with the targeting was.
True network of the Vex.
Let
And our light
join code.
traverse it in a manner that
Join
removes
relay.
splicers that hope to achieve. After we destroyed the mind that was commanding the local Vex, a great hostile presence began to loom over us.
Oh, that's annoying. That's not that annoying.
Mithrax's control, attempting to destroy us before we could escape. Mithrax ported us to safety, but we got a momentary glimpse of the enormous Vex construct that was responsible
Do I want that? When it changes targets.
to Europa's surface.
When it changes targets.
Cora knew that Mithrax's people would continue to be hunted and harried if they were
Why
left
isn't
out
it
like this in the snow.
playing the animation hash on
So,
both?
she offered them what might be the most extraordinary
Oh, I know why.
combination
So now
of
they
soul
have a network animator installed, do I?
and a place to stay within the last city itself. Mithrax graciously accepted.
Also, I think I forgot to take off the oscillate. Yeah, I'll remove this.
To say that the Vanguard inviting the Elixir into the city's walls would be seen by many as a betrayal would be an understatement. The Golden Age had seen utopian ethics existing amongst most of the human population.
So,
Since the collapse, those times were long
network
gone.
animator.
Ages of progress were overturned.
And I just pass the animator into here, or do I have to put it on here?
In particular, the ugly rise of xenophobia within the last city's population would see a notable uptick.
Network
of the House of
animator.
Light's
Oh
arrival.
no, okay, so animator needs a network animator.
Easy targets at that. Some particularly shrewd political figures would look to exploit this fact. In particular, Luxury 2 of the future war cult. She was a primary
Oh man,
disruptor
that
in this
beeping's
period
gonna
of
do
time
my head
and
in.
regularly stoke the fires
Just
of
slowly losing my mind.
and often in some cases legitimate
Save
concerns
project.
that can raise as
Reload.
shields and cloaks
Play.
to hide or defend
Why is
any more
this
egregious
work?
positions
Why don't I
that
get an
have
async
fallen
operation failure in my
After all, some
my
of
async
the
library?
more
Why is that?
years
That just shows up occasionally for no reason.
For you to make whatever rules for them you decide.
No idea
Such
why.
issues are complicated, and to say that the whole of the city was united against the House of Light would also be incorrect.
Great relay.
After all, the House of Light were all refugees, just like every person who had come to call the city home. Either they were asylum seekers in their own age
Join relay.
themselves, or they had descended from someone who had been an asylum seeker, and they had all come to shelter beneath the traveller. What were they to do? In previous generations, no matter who it had been, the citizens of the last city had not pulled up the ladder behind
Interesting.
them. They had welcomed all
Interesting.
the traveller's safety.
I think there is an issue
When
here
Mercury
where I'm doing
exposed
this.
the worst instances of hate, there were some
Yeah,
that pushed back,
this makes sense, I
even
think.
some from within the ranks of the future war cult.
So I'm not copying the transformer anymore. I don't have a network transform on the eye,
The direction she was going
I
in
believe.
was not one they could abide by. But even as the populace of the last city was split, there were
I have a network animator but no network transform,
convincing.
which should be fine because I'm not moving the eye ever.
Be the most influential voice in this matter. Mithrax approached him
Network
in a
object,
spirit of fairness
synchronize
each time they
transform.
spoke, and Saint was naturally
I don't know what this
somewhat
does.
after having seen the
Because there is a network transform thing, so I don't know why, like what this is for. I don't really get it. What happens if I untick it and I just reload this? And I press play on both. Will it just be in some random place or will it work? Spawn with observers, I don't know what that means, I don't want to mess with it. Auto object parent sync. There's so many words. Why so many words, eh?
Investigated the scene. He flippantly remarked that there were no witnesses.
Let me pause,
and that people could not be expected to live along.
let me pause this for now. And play a bit more of this. Not at such a loud volume, but yeah. Okay, let's open up this. Badoosh. Let's copy the old join code. Let's join it here. Join relay. So that's why we do synchronized transform. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Just checking. Press reload. No. What is this? What is doing this? Is it? I assume it's my UI trying to do something with an asynchronous function, which then fails. I'm guessing. Map manager scene loader. I don't know. Create relay. Join code. Juke, you fool. There is one issue, which is when it changes targets. It's resetting the fire timer, which isn't great. Why is it not looking at me? I'm the current target. That's annoying. The current target's not updated. Oh, he's on the wrong side of the wall. Yeah, also, yeah, it's snapping back out of current. So two issues. One is that it snaps out of finding the current target when in reality you should just switch targets. I don't know why. Current target. I'm going to take my headphones off because that beeping's driving me crazy. Dun, 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 dun. And let's change this audio to desktop audio. Where's my audio? This desk is so dusty. This should be 100 really. I should just turn it down over here. So, I don't want to put this here, I want to put this here. And I'll move this up here. So perfectly describes how I'm feeling. It's the beauty of music. Watercolor by Odd Loft. I don't know what makes this loft so odd, but there you go. I'm just on my lo-fi stream beats, so it's just a bunch of copyright-free music. Not that I think it matters for streams. I'm pretty sure you can play copyrighted stuff. So this is if we've lost a target, so if we're behind line of sight, or well, let's not do that actually. We'll say absolutely tangling this code up. So if there's a new target, if we're changing target, we just change targets. Otherwise, if we get to the end of all of this, it's the end of all of this and there's no new target, then the attack speed equals 0. Put this up here. If current target equals null, doesn't equal null, then we do all this. Otherwise, if it was equal to null, then yeah, that's fine. So that should be okay. So now when it switches targets, it shouldn't die like this. The only annoying thing is setting the current target, which we can't do across network. This is only called on the server. There must be a way to synchronize the network variable index list. What could it be? How could I do that? Every this is annoying. This is annoying. guess when every time a peer connects or disconnects, I could just say update the list of delvers. Or actually, I could do it like a static list of delvers. In the Delver managers, I could have a list and say, hey, here's an array of dudes, or even a dictionary. It wouldn't need to be networked. Let's give that a go. Let's go into the Delver manager. We'll make a public static dictionary. And this will be a dictionary of ints for the ulongs actually. And a delvers. All delvers. This should probably be in like the server manager or something, because it's weird otherwise. I'm actually pretty sure I already have a list of delvers. Delver manager, this is an array of delvers. Where is this used? This is using spawn player async. Okay. So instead of doing it here, I do it in the spawn. Maybe? And then that'll be the same thing. There's no awake or constructor, so they're just empty delvers. So instead of this, I do make this public static delvers, and I say, hey, in my delver manager on network spawn, I say server manager dot should be instance. No, actually that's fine. Server manager dot delvers dot owner client ID equals this. Will this work? This seems like an easy fix. Too easy. Far too easy. So my guess is no. But there's only one way to find out. Enemy combatant base, new target, new target, new target, new target. New target. Where am I using current target? Transforms, it's getting this, it's getting that. I could change this to an integer. I could change this to, say, private int delver current target index. Jet set radio. Oh man, that was a great game. And we'll just say this equals server manager dot delvers at current target index. Let's see if this works. Why are you dying? Current target equals new target. Has no setter. Yeah, it does. What are you on about? It's quite clearly right there. Oh, no, you're right. Fine, I'll change this to a full property. I'll say prop F. No, prop A. Prop A. Delver manager. Current target. get this equals that. So now that's a full property. I'll make this protected as well because apparently I'm using it elsewhere. And when we set the thing, no, this is dumb. This is dumb. I don't want to set this. It should have a private say. It should be able to do that. There should only really be a get. Yeah, see, this is why we stay away from gets and sets. Gotta go to bed. Right, well, thank you for staying with me, man. And I'm glad you made some progress with the whole scripting problem. You at least got rid of 1 or 2 errors. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe you can ask your school and say, hey, can you install Unity for me so I can do school-related work. But yeah, much love. I will probably also bail out in like an hour or something like that. Depends how lazy I am. Time will tell. I haven't got gym for ages. But yeah, many thanks for sticking around and keeping me company as I struggle through all this basic stuff which I shouldn't be struggling with. So instead of this, I should say current target index equals new target dot id. This should indeed be a ulong. So let's give that a go. I have very strong doubts that this will work, just for so many reasons. But it would be cool, because then each one would now have a client. Is that right? Should be a nullable ball. Current target is not what we call null. Submanager thing, otherwise it just returns null. And then in our Delta manager, we are indeed setting it to this. Okay, I'm liking this. Is this gonna work? Because the keeper has its own. Keeper has its own ID. It's annoying. The keeper has its own ID. Let's see if it just works even with this, even with one guy. Okay, it's working with one guy. Why is it at the bottom? Oh, also it's not looping time. Genius. Idle 0. It's a loop time. Up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. Idle. Yeah, that should be okay. Save, let's export. Default settings. I think that looks cool. That's good enough. Alright, join relay. Don't fail me now. Not close enough? Yeah, still not really working for me, is it? Actually, is that because I've just got update here? Yeah, this doesn't seem to be working. Well, I feel like it should be working. Let's do a little, let's leave this relay. Exit relay. Let's exit relay over here as well. Let's create relay over here. Enemy floating eyes being destroyed, but you're trying to access it. Am I? Why am I? Interesting. Well, this should reset all this. Why is it being destroyed? Object of type enemy floating eye has been destroyed because I'm trying to access it. That's why I create a relay over here. Same issue? Yeah, same issue. It's hard handling, like the closing and stuff. Keep a card manager 31. Keep a card combatant to prefab. Maybe I pass in an addressable here instead of a thing, an asset reference here. Combatant prefab. What happens if I do this? And then obviously I say, so instantiate I do. Extension method. Fancy async. Async. Lib async dot sport. Lib addressables. Oh, where's my addressables? I've forgotten totally. Instantiate addressable, enemy confirm base. I'm pretty sure I can just replace this. God. Why is single the first thing? Vector 3 dot position, Hamiltonian dot location. Yeah, that's all. I mean, that should be it, really. I want to target the right one. I'm going to target this one, public static asset async. Asset reference position. So pass in a position, a rotation, and a parent. That should be fine. Why isn't this working? Single. Let me just find. Just do it then. Just put it in piece by piece. I'll say. Asset reference. Can server RPCs be async? I don't know if they can. Why is that happening? These are all public, aren't they? Public static async. Yeah, why can't I call this public static async? This game object. Oh, it's because this is the one I'm passing from. Okay. I'm passing in a parent, I'm just passing the parents thing anyway. So I should just say async.instantiate addressable. Sorry, addressable. Addressable spawner.instantiate async addressable. Position, rotation. Addressable spawner, instantiate addressable. This is what I want to call. I want to call this function. Why can't I call it? This is public static async. Oh man, this is long. I'm doing any of this anyway. I shouldn't need to do any of this. Thursday. If combatant base instance enemy card. How is this an issue though? How can this? Let me see this. Let me cause the error first. Oh, no. I mess this up? How do I mess this up? Oh, because I put a W there. Oh, that's probably why it wasn't working before either. I just accidentally put an extra letter in. And so I wouldn't call it. But yeah, before I need to stop just randomly creating solutions to problems that don't exist. Because I don't think I should have to put addressable address in there. I should just be able to pass in the prefab, I think. Alright, so that's there. Gadget. If I now go exit relay, create relay. That works, really. But if I now do exit relay, should I do join relay on this client? I think maybe when when it's destroyed after that, it doesn't work. Maybe him leaving the lobby destroys it, which it should do anyway. Unless I make I add dynamics to the map route, but I make the map route a network object, that could be a play. No, that can't be a play. That doesn't make any sense because we won't be changing the map route anyway. Unless we say, hey, we've destroyed the map route. Destroy it all. Destroy it all. What join relay? Join relay. I feel like the more you code, the better your understanding will be of this kind of stuff. So now if we exit relay here, if I create another relay, and let me put a thing in here anyway. Create relay. Okay. Combatant equals null. Okay. Continue. Oh, great. Well, I didn't spend that long just taking to the thing. That's my Jesus. Okay. It's working there. Maybe I just changed something. Seems to be working now. Create relay. Get away. Join relay. Oop. Oop. Exit relay. I wonder what happens if I closed on him and I press exit relay. Okay, that seems to just work, yeah. That seems to work fine. I mean, that looks fine to me. Can't see any issues here. Let's try to join the relay again, anything. Join relay. That's weird. Not found. I just did it. Join relay. Oh no, sorry. I need to scroll my ass down. Let's do this. Yep, no real issue. Firing correctly, doing all that as it should. Okay, well let's find out why it's not working then. So we'll go back to exit relay. Create a relay over here. And we'll join that relay from here. Ugh, I did it. I broke the thing. An RPC called on network object that is not in the spawned objects list. Which one? What could I possibly be trying to spawn? Addressable spawner, 84. Placeable enemy. What? It is. Spawn card, keeper card manager, instance card index, spawn server RPC. So it'll be that one. For some reason it's saying line 27. No idea why. No idea why. Yeah, I don't really know why it's saying that. I mean, it doesn't seem to even seem to do anything bad. What if I exit relay? And I join relay again. But this time I do a debug on my, what's it called? What is it called? It's called the Delve Manager. Base on network spawn. And I say, hey. This won't work. Well, it should work for just this one. Submit. Oh, I'm still not setting it anywhere, am I? On network spawn, blah 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 blah. Delvers. Owner client ID is 0. Continue. Owner client ID is 2. Oh, it will work because it spawns them all. So Delvers is indeed a thing. Continue. The player has died. Now it's just launching it. Is this shoot shooting it? I think it was just a bit of lag there. If we make this a networked variable, I think it might just work. And I could even change this. Make this a thing. It wouldn't be too big a deal just to set it. Is that what I want to do? Or do I just want to do a set RPC? Same thing really. Because yeah, I think the only issue remains is that this set target is not being called on a server, which is annoying. So maybe I do let me make this a network variable. Network variable. I don't think I can have ulongs. I don't think I can. I assume I can't. That? Oh god. Oh god. No, this is getting weird. If current target index dot value equals null. So if dot has value no, there's no way that works, is it? And I have to set it here. I don't think this works. I don't think you can have nullable, because you can't pass a nullable to the RPC for some reason. You'd really think you'd be able to, but apparently not. I imagine you can do like workarounds. So like when you pass like something into an RPC, it does something. Sure. No. It seems to have exploded before then. Oh Jesus. Oh god. Stop. Stop doing things. Initialized variables cannot be null. Oh, it's because I've not actually initialized it. God. Where are we? We are up here. Equals new. Read param, everyone, write param server. That should be fine. That should be fine. That should be fun. Again, I don't know if it will work because I don't know if I can set nullables. If not, I'll just work around an index of -1. No big deal. Easy enough fix. What is a nullable thing? I guess it just... I don't know. Because even 0 is a value. What is null? What is null? How can you assign memory to something and then have it be null? It must be an additional piece of data. An additional bit shifts whether or not it's a... Oh god. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm sorry. So sorry. Serialization has not been generated for type system.nullable. Yeah. As I suspected. So, instead of that, we'll just go boom and work around this. So, if current value is greater than or equal to 0, then we say this. Expression always true. Is it? I guess we can't negative long. U long. Oh, it's a U long, so it's on the side long. Alright, fine. Fine. We'll just set it to int. Oh, I have to sign this, don't I? Oh no, I don't. I just have no setter. Oh no, dot value. Int. Okay. -1. Sweet. Sweet one, Joe boy. I think that'll work. So if it's -1, then we just return. If it's greater than 0 or equal to 0, we return the del as our value, otherwise it's null. Can indeed pass an integer into that, it's just the index of an array. Oh, I got mad heartburn. This is what happens when you have chocolate cake for breakfast. Oh god. I'm convinced, yeah, heartburn doesn't exist if you're healthy, right? It's only when you eat like terrible food that's terrible for you. Why does that have to taste so good? I need to lose weight, man. It's not okay. It's not okay. So that's working now, and then let's go on to my second dude and say, hey, you, work. I may change this to a dictionary. I may change this to a dictionary. I think that might be better. Because, yeah, I don't know. I could either set it to a dictionary or I could set it to 5. One of the two. We could do a cast every turn, that's dumb. It's dumb, I don't want to be casting all the time for no reason. Let's create relay. Oh, exit relay. Exit relay. Join relay. Paste. Oh, it's still trying to do that. It's still saying, hey, we don't exist. It seems to work. Don't know why that thing's calling where it says, hey, we don't exist. Nice. So it seems to be working. It's shooting the bullets. Yeah, I don't know what it's talking about when it says RPC called on a network object that is not in the spawned objects list. Oh, okay. Well, does that have to be? Okay. What? An RPC is called on a network object that is not in the spawned objects list. Make sure it's spawned before calling RPCs. Surely it's always spawned. Ugh, I know. I would not have survived in the early world. Oh my god. I should have held that water. Oh. Oh man, I didn't even just go down the wrong way. That just... that's right down all the way to the bottom. I don't know if anyone's ever died of that, but I'm pushing it. Oh my god. Oh, that was a lot of water I just inhaled. Anyway, oh man, drowning must suck. I think the problem is that this is being called, where is it? Keeper, card manager, spawn server RPC, spawn cards. What? Yeah. What? How is this? I'm very confused. This is just called on his server. Instance on his server. Oh god. Let me exit relay here. Exit relay. And create relay. Excuse me. Create relay. It's just a, that was a coincidence, right? That time I didn't say shit. But why didn't it say anything? What happens if I... Oh god, so much testing to be done. Exit relay. Join relay. Player connected with ID 3. Oh god. This is what happens when I try to pick the same character. Player spawned with ID 4. And it all went back to shite. What's out of bounds? This is out of bounds. It's a bit annoying. I should make it a dictionary. Make it a dictionary. How can you leave and join again? Do you have like a different ID? I guess that won't really matter. When you leave, all your stuff will fall on the floor. When you rejoin, it'll come back. I'm trying to make it so you can basically join the level at any time and it'll work fine. That's the end goal. Things like projectiles won't work because you're not constantly tracking their position. But everything else should work. Thus far at least. Like maybe animations and stuff won't work, but you know, eventually it'll all sync up and it'll all work. He said with great hope. My hair just has been so ratty. I said like 2 days ago, oh, I need to wash my hair. And then I was like, I totally forgot. I had a shower and got out. I was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to wash my hair. It's just getting rattier and rattier. Although apparently it's good for it. But it feels weird. It doesn't feel weird, but it looks gross. It makes me look kind of bold as well. But anyway, where were we? This planet's also exploding. Yeah, let's make this a dictionary instead. static dictionary of ints and Delver managers equals new. For int equals, god. I guess there'll be a null reference exception when they leave. Oh god. For each key value pair, Delver and Delvers. We convert that to a for. I don't think we can convert that to a for loop, can we? Oh god. If so, instead of index, it'll be delver.key. Delver.key equals target client ID continue. Otherwise, Delver manager Delver equals Delver. Delver and Delvers. Let's do this. If Delver.value does not equal null, Delver.value.push data. Okay. That's one solved. What's the next one? Oh god. Surely I just what? Surely I do Delvers. Surely I just do that. Ulong is not. Right. Guess we find out. I love coding, man. That's just like, I don't know why. I find stuff like that so much fun. Do I want to do it that way, or do I want to do it manually? Like, do I want to actually put that? Do I want to do that, or do I want to have it the other way around? Because this was, no, it's pretty cool. private. I'd love to have a get and set, but it has to be accessible by the Delver manager anyway, because the Delver managers are setting it. They're small on each thing. You know what I mean? So I guess we get rid of these and we just accept the fact it's public, and anyone can set the thing. Or I can make a get and set. I probably should. Get Delver, set Delver. Yeah, okay, actually that's a bit better. I like that. So I can now say get Delver, and I can just say, hey, pass in the server RPC params, receive sender client ID. Get Delver. Public get Delver, public set Delver, and then we'll say make this private. Make the actual Delver private. I feel like it's better to do it that way, I think. Submanager.set Delver, and we just pass in this that way. Get Delver. It's the same thing basically, just putting this in brackets instead. Can. Make another one of these. Is this being used? Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it like this. And if we ever pass in an ID, we can do it that way. I don't think we should need to. Well, was I using this? Get Delver. Let's just get sender Delver. Get sender Delver. Server RPC params. I think that's a bit nicer. So when we do a server RPC, we just say get sender Delver, and we just know whoever sent this, whoever sent it, whoever called this thing. Okay, let's see that I did. We want to equip it on them. Let's test this out, baby. This should fix all our targeting issues. I still don't know the cause behind the card spawner. Keep a card manager. Yeah, I don't get why this is being called on an RPC that's not been spawned. Surely it's spawned when you enter the game, right? Isn't that how it works? I don't have to spawn it. Excuse me. Game manager, multiplayer manager, server manager. Yeah, like you don't have to spawn this. If I press play, or do I have to spawn it? Is the server? Why is the server manager a network object? Does it have network variables? Doesn't have any network variables on it, does it? Or does it? Move this to open and then mess with. Yeah, I can mess with this a bit more. What breaks? Nothing breaks. Yeah. Okay. And server loop manager, keeper card manager, server manager, server loop manager. Where are you? Mono behavior. Nothing breaks either. Oh no, it has to break, right? Because it's server RPCs. That's what breaks. So these will have to be spawned. But it doesn't have to be spawned because it's there, I guess. I just don't get how it works. If I'm totally honest. So I'm guessing these are spawned now because they're just in the scene, maybe? There's no spawn here. There's nothing else spawning the server manager. I have a strong feeling that his server is going to be true, even if it shouldn't be. The given key 0 was not found in the dictionary. Okay, triad, I guess, instead of thingy. Triad and try get. Server manager, set server. Let me make all these a new tab group. Add to new tab group. Cafe 93. Safer food, better business, delivery, some sort of sanitizer, hygiene, blah 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 blah. Leave up and get to how can add be fail? I think it exists. It does nothing. Okay, so I'll just do an add. I shouldn't need to do triad, I'll just do add. shouldn't throw an exception. I shouldn't have to do anything. I shouldn't have to do a triad and like an overwrite or anything of that nature. I should just do it. I was under the impression that if you just set it though, it just works. But I guess not. I guess not. Unless it was trying to access that. I should do a try get. Try and get value surely isn't that expensive. I'm sure I could do that every frame several times without issue. Again, I'll never have to, right? This would save me from doing a Boolean check anywhere I do get Delver. So I could just say in the constants, not constants, in the enemy combatant base, I could just say get Delver. Yeah, and that'll work, because I'll just return null now. I think that works, current target index, and then just setting that to -1. I actually have to do this every turn, every frame, whatever. I just do it when current target index has changed. Yeah, maybe it's play. Probably. Excuse me. Let's just do it. Why not, eh? Private void. Private void. Set current target. Int or uint? teeny tiniest server optimization humanity has ever seen there. No, it's just not doing. It's literally avoiding a check. But yeah, that should be fine. Why not, eh? Why not? So instead of doing a try get every turn, it's just doing a get. You should say it. Which I imagine is cheaper, right? Maybe. Maybe. I actually don't even know. I don't even know. What would be cheaper? It'd be so minuscule, it'd be hard to tell, but I do wonder. Now this is a thing, right? As opposed to just a method. Instead of calling a method each time, it's now just returning a value. But it's a reference, right? It's got to be a reference. Yeah. Like if I change something on that delver now, it'll change it. I'm like, hey, delver.explode. It'll do it. I'm pretty sure. Because it's not a value type, so it won't just copy it, it'll copy by reference. When I say current target equals that, that is what it now is, you know. So if I say equals null, this is now a reference to null. Maybe that's what that means. Maybe that's what the null. It's now just a reference to a null as opposed to it's a value type. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why you can't pass it, because it's a reference type. You can't just pass a reference to something. You just can't pass a reference. Or over the server, you can pass a value but not a reference. That doesn't make sense. I choose to believe that I'm right. Create relay. This hasn't worked at all. It's angry. Why is it angry by default? Shouldn't be angry. Let me test this piece by piece. I won't delete that, actually, I'll just cut it out. See if that's done anything. I don't think so. That must be something else I changed. It'll be the try add, I guess. That's not working. Maybe I'll put a breakpoint there. And then in my Delver manager, I can see, hey, what are you doing under get Delver, set Delver? Maybe I debug get Delver. That works. So I guess possibly it was trying to instantiate before the Delver list was done. Maybe that's the issue. Maximize. maybe the issue is that it was trying to set server manager too early. So it's trying to set target like not at the right time. In which case this will work when we switch, but as I said, I really don't know if it's a massive difference to just call this every frame. All we're doing is doing try get. You could even do get value. I think, is that what I want to do? Surely try get's not expensive. Surely it's basically the same as doing an if check if thing is greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0. Surely. I can't imagine it's... Try get time complexity. Contains key is 0, 1, so I guess that's a thing. They both have constant complexity. What is the time complexity of a thing? What is it? Greater than time complexity. First, you can play the signs. If they differ, you know that the higher number, the lower number, if the signs are the same, you start with the most significant digit. If any place the digit differs, you figure out which number is bigger. ON, okay. ON's less than O1, right? What is O brackets N time complexity? Linear time. You get linear time complexity when the time of an algorithm increases linearly with the size of the input. Because it's just, yeah, I guess, yeah, the larger the number, or not larger the number, but larger the data type, the longer it takes to do a greater than. So like a short will have it quicker because you're comparing fewer digits. O1 time complexity is constant, regardless of the input size. For example, if an algorithm turns the... Interesting. I don't know which one's larger. I don't think you can just say is O1 greater than ON, because if ON is very small, it'll be shorter. How can a dictionary have ON time complexity? Or O1? ON is considered less efficient. Okay, that's how it works. So it's considered less efficient because it looks how the algorithm performs as you go to infinity. But for a short data set, surely O1's better. Right. Right. O1 complexity consumes 5 seconds to complete, a constant time no matter what size the input is. Another algorithm consumes n seconds to complete, infinitely. If the input of size 10 completes in 10 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, B is faster, and other than that, A is faster. Yeah, that makes sense. time complexity is weird. It's very interesting, but it's very weird. It's not that weird, I'm just slow. My time complexity is like O cubed, O n cubed. Haha, great banter that no one's here to witness, apart from me. A little eye roll was like, is O n cubed slow? O n cubed would be quite slow, right? O n squared is O n cubed a thing? I know O n squared is a thing, surely O n cubed is a thing. O n squared is what I'm thinking of. O n squared is slow, because yeah, it increases exponentially. I wonder what an O n cubed squared thing would be. Okay, so I'll just leave this to do try get, because yeah, try get will be O n. Let's play it here, make sure it's working there. I don't know why it didn't work the other way though. Set every time. I'm curious, but I'm trying really hard not to be too curious, because learning is important, but getting your product out there is more important, because there will always be more time to learn. Why is the range not like... The range is quite small. The D-aggro range is massive. So this is the D-aggro range, it's crazy. Surely this... yeah, I don't get that. Have I messed with the numbers? Floating eye. Oh, I need to add these to the cards, really. I should take attack speed off thing, because I don't think I've ever messed with attack speed. Can't really be bothered to get into all that. So I should take attack speed off. What's it called? I should take attack speed off the regular combatants and just have an enemy combatant stats as well. And they should have things like aggro range, de-aggro range, is ranged. Well, I can't is range, that's the Boolean. Which I think I set here, okay. Oh, I should have really made this a... Yeah. What's it overriding? mess this up somewhere? Where's aggro range being used? There is aggro range. So this is the aggro range sphere. This is the de-aggro range sphere. It doesn't seem like it should be. Doesn't seem like it should be that far. So like that, the aggro range is so close. Oh, maybe it's not. Is that right? Yeah, that's about right. I guess it seems okay. I could have sworn like a second ago it was like wildly not right. Like he was getting right up next to him. Am I crazy? I wonder if it depends on the angle. Shouldn't do. Should not do. See, that feels close, you know. How is this not aggroed, but that is? I guess it's probably right, it's just more or less a circle. And it switches quite nicely. Ooh, there's an issue. There is an issue. No. Yes. See, he's not in aggro range. Okay, no, this is definitely an issue. Why does he have to get that close? Like, why does he have to get that close? What the hell? What? Okay, look. Aggro range. He's in aggro range. Switches to me. Yep. De-aggros. Yeah, there's an issue here. There's an issue here. Receive queue is full. Some packets can be dropped. Why would the receive queue be full? Why would the receive queue be full? I'm not sending or receiving anything. Shouldn't be full with just 2 players. I must be doing something wrong. Yeah, there's an issue here. Fixed targeting brackets, not retargeting off the using targets. So this makes the target equal 0. I should do a log for setting target. Yeah, really. Log target lost. Otherwise, target lost. Don't wanna show me my usages. It's so annoying how it's like it shows that. I don't get it. I think it is twice. I've got to figure out why. Figure out why that's happening. I assume it's because I have two clients open. That's the get. That's the get. I can optimize this because I'm a genius. I can optimize this. I can optimize this and maybe ruin it. I need to call this multiple times. If it's equal to 0, then it's false. Say if no targets we say if this and that's how we set the target. Less than 0, and we lose a target. Otherwise, if we have a target, actually, no, we can just do it like this. Do that. Copy that there. Okay, so we have a target, as in if the target ID is greater than -1, then we do that. Otherwise, there is no target. Probably still need to protect it. Let's make this again. And say, hey, prop. As target. And we'll say as target equals that. If we have no target, then do that. If we don't have a target, do that. If we have a target, then we return. Otherwise, we do the idle animation stuff. Okay. I don't know if any of this worked or did anything for the whole targeting issue. I will check in a second. Right now, I'm back. Oh, Lord. So yes, I was going to test this. The new changes I made. This project's already becoming spaghetti. I should really just speedrun it, because there's no point in taking ages and it being spaghetti, you know? There's no benefit there. Apparently Destiny's down till 4. I should probably go gym. I just don't see that happening. So I'll give this a little try. Nothing should really change, I haven't changed anything, but it's nice to test. Create relay. And we can figure out why it's not retargeting. Just look at that, that's range. Look at that range. Also, this is wrong. Clearly I've messed this up. Target lost, target lost, target lost. I've messed something up there. I've messed something up here. What have I messed up? If it's 0, sorry, no. If this is greater than 0, yes. If it's in the way of anything, then target lost. Otherwise, we go all the way to the bottom, and we say new target. If new target is null, not null. Sorry. We say target found. I don't need to do that, do I? I can just go. Get rid of this and just say setting target here. Also, am I doing base? Yeah, I'm doing base on set target. Target ID. This is a good test to see if it actually updates immediately. I imagine it does. I imagine it's like the way I've done it, where it updates it immediately and then updates it across clients. It'd be weird otherwise. But there have been weirder things, so it's been a good day. I've got like the floating eye working, so I think that's decent progress, even if it's taken 5 hours. I also, changed some stuff to refactor the bit of this, bit of that, the Delver list, so I got the eyes aiming correctly, and I don't have to update all that across the network as well, which is lovely. The less network stuff, the better. The more stuff I can put on the client's machine, the better. Oh, see, why is that not setting like that? Target set to -1. Yep, that's fine. Target set to 0. Nice. But why is it? Oh, I know why. I know why. Should be this. Should be like so. Current target equals. Current target equals. Can I put the value in here? -1. Yes. So it starts at -1, so there's no target at the beginning. Should work. Hopefully. Can I get an inshallah? This should work. So it should now have no default target. Before it was just saying as soon as you get in, it's targeting 0, which is targeting obviously the first player that's there, no matter where they are. I imagine if I spawned out of de-aggro range, that would be fine. But I'm probably spawning in the aggro range or de-aggro range, even if I'm not in the aggro range. Okay, so this is out of aggro range. Okay. So it seems like it should be. So that's aggro range. Okay, well, clearly something's not happening there. Where am I doing the de-aggro stuff? Enemy combatant base. Where am I doing the de-aggro? De-aggro range. If magnitude is less than de-aggro range, this shouldn't be true, or should it? Direction dot magnitude 24. What? How is it 24? Current target distance is 24. What? Main transform dot position is that. Body dot position is that. That's not right. God. Doesn't make any sense. That's not true. Direction dot magnitude is less than de-aggro range. That's way not true. Current target gets the current one. It's not even setting it, so it's not that. Body dot position. Where's the body? Main transform. Well, we'll just say brick. Armature. Okay. It's so close. That's about right. 2 and 1. XYZ. Yeah, that's about right. So that's fine. Why is the minus body opposition? Where's the body? -9 plus 1 plus 1. -9, so it's like 9 minus 5 basically. 9 and minus 5. 9 and minus 5. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. 8. Is there 8 between us? Maybe. Easy enough way to check. That seems okay. That seems about right. Let me just put log in here. Log current target distance. I wish there was a way to add logs in Rider so I don't have to close and open it again. I mean, there should be a way, right? Kind of like a watch on. Maybe there is a way. Can I add a log in Rider rather than to do debug.log and reload the game? Let's see if there's a way to do console. I don't know. Probably some way. So we're very close. Very close, basically 1. And then once we get past like 15, so this should be out of range now. But for some reason, what's the aggro range? The aggro range is 15. Direction, current. Oh, hang on. Current target distance is 19. Oh, it should be or. If the magnitude is less than thing, or. Sweet. Sweet one. God. Continue. Also, I don't need to calculate this twice. I've already done that there. So this should work. I think if current Diagonal range is less than the Diagonal range, then we set the target to -1. Let's try it in the second monitor as well, the second instance I should say. I think I might call it a 3. Done a 5-hour stream. I'm alright, you know, 5 hours straight just talking and rambling. I feel like that's quite... Is that a good feat, being able to talk just nonsense for 5 hours? How long do like streamers usually stream? Although I wonder if they stream things that are like you have to be a bit more passionate about what you're saying, or as opposed to me streaming Gamedev where 90% of it is just bum just waiting for compile times. So. Why do I have to get so close, man? 10. Oh, it's just going in and out now. That's weird. That's weird. Why are you doing that? Why are you setting to... Who's setting you to -1? Who's doing this to you? Target ID is -1. Target LOS... Yeah. The aggro range is 15, current target distance is 8. Sorry, this is greater than or. Change the line. Break the line, change the sign. I think that's right. Continue. Continue. So yeah, that should work now. If the current target distance is greater than the diagonal range, then we set it to -1. Or if the physics layer mask, if we shoot a beam out and hit a default, then it's not in line of sight. So if either of those things happen, then yeah. I can make another layer for just objects that collide with the player, but the stuff the second pass through. I don't think it's a big issue with having too many layers, to be honest. Oh God, too close. So that works. I'm in range. I'm out of range. I'm in range. I'm out of range. Oh, get juked. Get down on the inside. Okay. And then it gets back to floating. Back to floating around and doing its idle animations and whatnot. Its idle animations. I'm so witty. Okay. Not many people stopping by the old stream today. Just simultaneous. Now, watching in bed. Oh, that one. I don't know if I've done that one very well. I feel like I should have done a few more frames at the beginning to blend into it and then done the old little bit. But something like idle too. I had to like copy this, paste this. This. Move these ahead. And do something like that. Yeah, I also don't think I need this either. That's probably better. I'm also going to shift S this as that, and then shift S export default. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, it looks a bit better now, I think, maybe. Is it doing it properly? Yeah, models, enemies. Blah, blah, blah. So it seems doing it. Anyway, I was going to check here. Play. Copy, paste, paste. Relay, paste, enter. Oops, a lot of aggro range. Oh god, can we get right there? He's in and out. And he's there. I think I want to lower the what do you mean? What packets are you sending? Well, I'm so confused. You're not sending anything. We're not doing anything. Not sending anything. What are you sending? I don't know. I don't know why the receive queue is full. There's a profiler, right, for networks? Constants, runtime stats monitor. There you go. Yeah, look, stats to server, packets sent, packets received. Yeah, we're literally not sending or receiving anything right now. I do an attack, and I send something. Move. The moving takes a lot, 5 kilobytes a second. And if I move him, then yeah, the receive goes up. We're literally in kilobytes a second. It's not exactly, you know, breaking the bank. I don't understand how it can say packets received is hitting the limit. 300 a second. How are you receiving 300 a second from just movement? That's a bit crazy. Packets are just like any data, right? Oh, does Punch not work anymore? That's awkward. Why did I break that? I wonder if there's any sort of test-driven design stuff or that kind of thing. Have I just not added anything useful? Yeah, it goes up to like 400 a second, but I can't imagine why there would be so many. Got like client network transform, sure. Rotation on the Y, that's it. Position and direction, okay, that makes sense. Position threshold, maybe I lower that, increase the thing. Rotation angle threshold, maybe I can increase those slightly. What happens if I increase those? Is it less updates? I'll put this like 0.1. And I put this at 1. Is it now less updates? That's like tiny. Change this like position threshold to 1 and the angle threshold to 10. Like 36. So we're sitting around there. What about that? What about now? Surely that's less packets. I don't get it. I don't get why it's sending so many. Select position. Interpolate in local space. Delver controller. Animator, client network animator. How is that different from the regular animator? Update mode, that doesn't do anything. I seem to be sending a lot of packets. What's it saying? Receive queue is full. Receive queue seems to fill, even though I have very basic systems in place. Using the new network code for game objects, but my receive queue seems to be full from the very basic system for place review. Upload message handling, process incoming messages promptly, and not performing heavy computation directly within the message handlers. Yep, not doing that. Offloading heavy processing to separate threads if needed. No, that seems excessive. Avoid blocking calls, not doing that. Throttle network traffic. Implement proper rate limiting. Batching, okay. Use relying and unreliable messaging appropriately. How can I make sure something doesn't I guess spawn is like a reliable message, and transforms are unreliable, maybe. I imagine the server RPCs we call up are reliable. Simple code to monitor network traffic. Sent packages, received packages, sent bytes, received bytes. Well, I can see that anyway. On-client connected, custom messaging, custom message handle, custom message. Okay. I mean, this kind of like, I guess I could implement something like this in the spawn, but I don't think I need to. I don't know really. I don't know why it's saying the receive queue is full. I don't think it is. I think it's just lying. Increase its size. Yeah, I'm not too sure, honestly. Also, I don't have a collider, which is annoying. I should probably just add it to the network eye. Floating eye. Excuse me. Severe collider is trigger, I guess. It doesn't need to be an actual collider. It can be. Oh, maybe. Yeah, we'll just leave off that. Make it a bit smaller. That's a pretty perfect eye thing. I think it's good to have hitboxes that are small and compact and very. Oh, he's just hitting this, you know. And then you have hurt boxes that are a bit bigger to make it easier for the player. I think that's how it should be done. Because that way you can change it more in a projectile based kind of way. So, okay, this projectile's very forgiving, like hands of arrows, maybe have a huge hurt box, as opposed to like, I don't know, McCree's hit scan thing is, I don't know. I don't know. I'm using Overwatch as an example, and I haven't played in ages. It was the first thing that came to my head. I just remember people used to make memes about Hanzo firing out entire tree trunks. So I'll leave that off trigger, and I'll say rigid body is kinematic. Don't want to use gravity or anything like that. I don't really understand what his kinematic does.